The night is heavy with rain, the kind of storm that makes the pine trees groan like ships straining against their moorings. Lightning forks over the sandy barrens, illuminating a small log cabin wedged among the black trunks. Inside, the air is thick with the smell of damp wool and boiled herbs. A woman labors on a straw mattress, her breath short and ragged, while the midwife wrings her hands. 12 children crowd the shadows, eyes wide, as neighbors mutter prayers and half-prayers, Quaker phrases twisted with old country charms. Outside, the wind claws at the shutters, a sound like wings beating to break free. Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. They call her Mother Leeds, though her Christian name has long been lost in most tellings. In 1735, in a corner of the pine barrens where bog iron pits and cedar swamps hemmed in life, she was said to curse her womb. "May this one be the devil," she whispered, or spat, depending on who tells it, when she realized she carried a 13th child. 13, already a number laced with dread. Her neighbors had long whispered that she bore children too easily, that her line carried some dark fecundity. She was not the first to use bitter words in exhaustion, but here, on this night, legend insists her words bind. The labor stretches into hours. Rain beats the roof in an unholy rhythm. Midwives place candles along the sills, not only for light, but to ward off spirits. For even in Quaker-dominated southern New Jersey, folk superstition runs strong. A caul, a thin birth membrane, already marks the child as different in rumor, though whether this detail was added later, no one can say. When the cries come, they are not the thin wails of an infant, but something deeper, fuller. Scraping against the rafters, the baby is born human, or so the first moment appears. Wet and shivering, it takes its breath like any other. Some stories claim it had claws already, others insist it nursed a moment, calm. But then it shifts. Before eyes that blur fact and fear, the child lengthens. Limbs stretch into spindled legs. Skin darkens, mottled like leather. Wings, membranous as a bat's, unfold with a snap. The midwife drops her candle. The mother screams not in pain, but in horror at her own words made flesh. Chaos bursts in the cabin. The creature rears, horse-headed in many accounts, its face elongated, eyes glowing red like coals pulled from a forge. A forked tail lashes, scattering embers from the hearth. Children shriek. One of the older boys grabs the iron tongs. Iron, always thought to repel spirits, and swings. But the blow meets only air. The beast lets out a scream, described by witnesses as something between a child's cry and a banshee's lament. Then it surges upward. Through the roof beams it crashes, tearing a hole as lightning cracks above. The storm seems to bend around it. For a moment, all stand frozen, staring at the jagged opening where rain slashes in. Then the neighbors rush outside, lanterns swinging, boots sinking in sandy mud. They catch a glimpse, wings spread wide, ungainly yet powerful, the body silhouetted against lightning. It vanishes into the pines, leaving behind hoof prints in the wet sand that no ordinary animal could make. By morning, word spreads beyond the Leeds clearing. Farmers at dawn find a goat dead in its pen, throat torn, blood spattering the snow. A hunter swears he hears wails echoing through the swamp, too high for foxes, too mournful for owls. Mothers hush their children with sharper tones than usual. The storm may pass, but something else lingers. The Pine Barrens in 1735 are no place for easy living. Settlers carve small farms out of sandy soil that yields poorly, while bog iron furnaces belch smoke not far off. The Lenape tribes, displaced, still roam the woods and occasionally trade, but their tales of spirit birds and thunder creatures are already mingling with settler fears. Quakers preach calm, but their journals speak often of uneasy weather, strange cries, and temptations of the wilderness. The wilderness itself becomes the canvas upon which terror can be painted. And so, what happened in that cabin, whether curse or misremembered birth, whether exaggeration of a storm-racked night, becomes seed for a legend that will grow beyond reason. For now, the Leeds family hides. They patch the roof. They deny, half-heartedly, to curious neighbors. Yet whispers spread like fire through dry pine needles. Some say they see a shape circling the cedar bogs at dusk. Others say the devil himself has planted kin among mortals. In taverns from Leeds Point to Burlington, the story is told and retold, each time with new detail. Glowing eyes, sulfur stench, talons scraping on rooftops. The creature is never fully pinned down, always shifting, as if born to evade not only hunters but truth itself. What would you have done if you were there that night? Would you have struck it down, baptized it, or fled into the storm? The Pine Barrens grow darker after this tale takes root, each wind in the pines echoing the scream that still haunts the night of 1735. The Leeds child is no longer merely a child. It is the Jersey devil, and its wings have only just begun to beat. Morning comes slow to the Pine Barrens. Mist rises from cedar swamps, carrying with it the scent of resin and rot, of wood smoke and damp sand. The storm of the night before has broken branches across narrow trails, and in the hush that follows a downpour, every sound feels sharper. A crow flaps overhead, calling once, twice, then disappearing into the dark canopy. Beneath this stillness, whispers already stir, the story of a birth, of a curse, of wings tearing through a cabin roof. The Pine Barrens are vast, stretching across more than 1 million acres of southern New Jersey. To the modern mind, they seem empty, but in the early 18th century, they are alive with small, scattered communities. Woodcutters, charcoal burners, ironworkers, trappers, families who farm thin soil because they cannot afford the rich lands elsewhere. Life here is hard, and isolation is its constant companion. Roads are few, often little more than sand tracks. Swamps flood. Pines twist against salt winds blowing from the coast. And in this rough terrain, imagination fills the dark places between lanterns. For settlers, the woods themselves are half enemy, half sanctuary. Pines rise tall and narrow, their trunks packed so close they mute light even in daytime. Cedar water stains every stream a dark reddish brown, like blood diluted. Children are warned not to stray too far, not only because of bears and wolves, but because of things less easily named. The woods take what they please. One old proverb goes. That proverb becomes sharper now. After the night of Mother Leeds, neighbors venture to the Leeds cabin in daylight, uneasy but compelled. They see the broken roof beam, the burned straw, the scorched marks on the hearth. The midwife, some say she swore silence, others that she raved until her dying day, says only that what was born was not meant for baptism. One man kneels to study the ground. There, pressed into wet earth, are tracks like hooves, though far too deep, and spaced as if the creature leapt farther than a deer. The tracks lead toward the swamp and then vanish, As though swallowed whole, stories begin traveling along sandy roads. A blacksmith in Burlington hears it before noon. The devil is loose in the Barrens. In taverns where cider is poured, travelers retell it with wide eyes, each adding a detail. Someone claims they heard wings that beat louder than thunder. Another insists the child was born with a tail, wrapped twice around its mother's neck. No two versions are the same, and that is how legends grow. The landscape itself nurtures the story. The Barrens are full of sounds that defy easy explanation. At night, the screech of an owl can sound like a human wail. Wind whistles through hollow reeds. Foxes cry with sharp, eerie pitches that make even hardened hunters pause. Yet once people decide the devil roams, every sound becomes evidence. A cracking branch might be its landing. A flutter of wings might be more than a bird. The woods, once only dangerous, now feel haunted. The settlers' relationship with the land deepens the fear. Unlike the fertile fields of Pennsylvania or the coast of Delaware, the sandy soil here refuses wheat and corn. Families scrape by on rye and scraggly gardens. The bog iron industry, smelting ore dredged from marshes, brings some wealth, but also scars the land with smoke and waste. Amid this struggle, anything that goes wrong, dead livestock, sudden illness, missing child, begins to be laid at the devil's hooves. In this way, the story grows practical weight. It explains misfortune, gives it a face, and binds communities in shared dread. By 1735, colonial superstition is a thick stew. Though Quakers preach moderation and pacifism, many settlers carry with them European beliefs about witches, curses, and monstrous births. The witch trials in Salem are only 4 decades past, and rumors of the devil's agent still ripple through sermons. The Barrens, remote and strange, become the perfect stage. Here, a cursed child can plausibly grow wings. Here, the devil himself might walk among cabins without a magistrate noticing. Children listen wide-eyed as parents warn them, "Do not wander after dark. The Leeds devil will snatch you," they whisper. Lanterns burn later into the night. Men returning from taverns swear they hear branches snapping above them, as if something heavy keeps pace from tree to tree. Some bring muskets into bed, loading balls of silver or iron, whichever old charm seems most likely to work. And yet even in fear, the story gains a kind of awe. To imagine the devil roaming is to imagine that their world, their hard-scrabble pine barrens, matters enough to draw supernatural attention. It makes the isolation grander, more cosmic. The settlers, huddled against cedar-scented winds, find themselves cast not as forgotten laborers, but as witnesses to something eternal. Fear and pride mix in equal measure. What would you have seen had you stood among them? Would the hoofprints in the mud look like a trick of erosion or undeniable proof? Would the sounds in the canopy be only owls or something else taking flight above? As days turn to weeks, the legend continues to spread, faster than wagons can roll. Farmers in Salem County mutter about it. A trader in Philadelphia reports hearing that a winged devil haunts the Jerseys. Already the creature slips beyond the Leeds cabin, becoming a being tied not only to one family, but to the land itself. From cedar swamp to sandy trail, the pine barrens are no longer just wilderness. They are the devil's chosen ground, and each night, the wind seems to whisper his scream. Dusk settles slowly across the pines, the horizon a smudge of orange behind the dark wall of trees. Farmers return from thin fields. lanterns swinging, their shadows stretched long against the sandy soil. The day's labors should bring a measure of peace, but in the weeks following that infamous night of 1735, rest is fragile. For as the sun sinks, a new kind of fear takes its place, one born not from hunger or wolves, but from omens whispered by old tongues. Birth in the 18th century is already a time weighed heavy with superstition. Death is common in childbirth, and survival itself feels precarious. Among the settlers of southern New Jersey, folk beliefs cling tightly, carried from Europe and mingled with the land's new realities. The number of children matters. The circumstances of their coming matter more. And when people speak of the Leeds family, they do so in hushed voices. For what they see in that 13th child fits too neatly into old patterns of dread. Across cultures, the notion of the seventh son of a seventh son holds power, an omen of either blessing or curse. In some tales, such a child becomes a healer, marked with divine sight. In others, he is destined for evil, born with the devil's hand already on his shoulder. Among the Pine Barrens folk, such ideas twist into their own local logic. A 13th child, born to a woman weary and embittered after a curse uttered in frustration. It cannot be ignored. Some accounts describe the baby as born with a caul, a thin membrane covering its face. In many European traditions, a caul marks the child as extraordinary. Sailors once carried preserved cauls as talismans against drowning, believing the membrane granted protection from the sea's claim. But inland, among farmers and woodsmen, the same sign could signal a dangerous connection to otherworldly forces. The child of Mother Leeds, whether he had such a mark or not, was remembered as if he did, for nothing fits folklore better than the image of a cursed child bearing an unmistakable omen. Beyond the European threads lies something older still. The Lenape, who once roamed freely through these woods, carried stories of giant spirit birds. Some spoke of the messing, a mask-wearing woodland spirit tied to hunting rituals, or of thunderbirds that could shatter trees with their wings. Though much of their culture was pushed aside by colonial pressure, fragments persisted in whispers, passed into settler lore through half-understood encounters. To those who feared the Leeds child, the devil was not only an outgrowth of European superstition, but also a shadow echo of indigenous bird spirits. Transformed into something darker, the settlers of the Pines lived in a constant negotiation between the new and the old. The Quaker faith demanded restraint, an emphasis on inner light and quiet worship. Yet when lightning split the sky and children sickened, many turned not to silent prayer, but to charms and signs. They hammered horseshoes above doorways, hung iron keys by windows, and muttered wards learned from grandmothers. These protections were never spoken of in meeting houses, but lived in every cabin. And in the wake of the devil's birth, they multiplied. A woman might not admit aloud that she feared the creature, but she pressed salt into corners of her kitchen just the same. Rumors spread of other children born under strange conditions. A boy in Egg Harbor, born with teeth already set in his gums, became a village cautionary tale. A girl in Mullica was said to have grown so quickly that by her first year, she walked like a grown child. Each anomaly fed the same river of belief that the devil was not confined to the Leeds family alone, but part of a larger curse woven into the barren soil. Scholars, centuries later, would try to unpick these omens. They note that superstition thrives where life is most fragile. In lands where childbirth, sickness, and famine loom daily, Explanations are sought not in medicine, but in signs. A malformed child becomes proof of cosmic order or cosmic punishment. And once the tale of the Leeds devil gained shape, every birth in the pines was judged against its shadow. But for the people living then, these were not abstractions. They heard the screams in the woods. They saw livestock torn. They watched tracks appear in snow. And each omen, whether birthmark or call, became part of a ledger of fear. Imagine being a midwife in those days, called to cabins by lamplight. Each cry of labor carried the possibility that you might not only deliver life, but witness something that blurred the line between natural and supernatural. How steady would your hands be, knowing that if the baby bore even the faintest sign, neighbors might whisper devil under their breath? The Leeds legend does not remain confined to one event. It expands through these omens, reinforced each time a child is born under peculiar circumstances. By the end of the 1730s, whispers circulate that the Barrens themselves breed such strangeness, that the land, with its bogs and pines and endless shadows, is fertile not for wheat, but for devilry. The settlers live with this tension daily. In the flicker of firelight, a mother may press her hand to her child's brow and murmur thanks to God, but in the same breath, she might place an iron nail under the cradle. Omens, once scattered, now coalesce around a single figure, the devil said to have been born in Leeds Point, a creature whose very existence makes every unusual child a potential monster. Night deepens over the pines. The mist thickens, and in that mist a scream once again rises, high, keening, half human, half animal. Some swear it comes from the Leeds devil. Others say it is only foxes, but the timing, always the timing, seems too sharp to ignore. The cry sounds just as another woman in a distant cabin brings forth a child, and the omen of cursed birth continues to weave itself into the fabric of the land. She is tired in the way only a body that has borne too many children is tired. Exhaustion that settles into the joints like wet sand and will not be shaken free. She stands at the table kneading bread with short, efficient motions, the heel of her hand sinking into dough, the soft squeak of it against the board like a restless animal. Outside, the pines worry the sky. Inside, the small cabin holds the stubborn warmth of a banked fire and the chatter of many children picking apart crusts. A neighbor woman asks how far along she is. Mother Leeds presses her lips together, then says it plain. Too far. Another mouth. Another winter. The neighbor laughs the way women do when there is nothing else to do. It is not laughter that helps. The words come, the ones that will be remembered. Perhaps she mutters them into the steam rising from the dough. Perhaps she says them later, when the neighbor is gone and the littlest ones sleep with their foreheads pressed together like pigeons at roost. "Let this one be the devil," she says, in a voice flat with fatigue, or angry, or half blasphemous in the private way people test heaven. She does not expect an answer. She expects only the familiar. Months of wait, hours of pain, and then a squalling child wrapped in old linen. Yet words matter in the Barrens. People say them as if they are rope and nail, binding and fixing. A spoken curse, so simple a thing, is believed to fasten itself to the world if the conditions are right. A moon on the turn, a door left ajar at midnight, a mother whose patience has thinned to thread. Most nights, nothing comes of such talk. But this time, the story insists. The world turns its ear. Sources differ on her given name. Some later tellings call her Deborah. Others say Jane or Joanna. The father, too, shifts in the accounts. Japhet leads in one, Daniel in another, sometimes a nameless man drawn thin by work in the bogs. We know the family name is real. The region around Leeds Point bears it. The records of Gloucester and Atlantic counties keep it. We know, too, that the Leeds family is already peculiar within local talk, not for witchcraft, but for pamphlets and print. That strangeness will matter. The eldest daughter hears the word spoken and makes the small ward her grandmother taught her. Thumb pressed into the palm, fingers curled, a fist tucked against the apron. Another child throws salt over his shoulder, a pinch taken from the bowl near the hearth, because every hearth keeps salt for more than cooking. The neighbor who laughs also crosses herself, though she is Quaker and pretends she does not do such things. A witch bottle, an old-world remedy of pins and hair sealed in a jar to trap harm, is mentioned by the midwife more than once these months. Someone might have hidden one beneath the cabin step. Apotropaic, a scholar will say later, protective, warding off evil. But in the cabin, the word is simply hope, shaped by hand. Her days continue as they must. She cuts reeds for mats, stirs hominy, patches the worn elbows of children's shirts. Once a week, when she is able, she walks to meeting and sits in silence, hands folded beneath her shawl, letting the hush of Quaker worship wash over her. No minister speaks. The inner light is to be sought in quiet. She tries to find it, yet even that stillness has edges. When the elders read out a rebuke to someone accused of drinking, she feels something like heat in her chest, a resentment at rules laid against bodies already taxed beyond fairness. That night, the curse slips again from her mouth, not so much a summoning as a surrender. Let this one be the devil and be gone from me. Words no gentler for being whispered. The Leeds name has already attracted attention in ways that tangle with this moment. Years earlier, Daniel Leeds, a surveyor, printer, and one-time councilman, compiled almanacs and tracts that annoyed his Quaker neighbors. He read widely, borrowed from astrology and natural philosophy, and printed opinions that ran louder than friends preferred. Censured by their meeting in the late 1600s and early 1700s, he leaned into it. He adopted the family coat of arms on his publications: a wyvern, a two-legged dragon with a barbed tail, rampant on a shield. That image, dragonish and noble in a European way, becomes a seed. People like pictures. They fix to the mind more easily than doctrine. After Daniel's death in 1720, his son Titan continues the almanac. In 1733, Benjamin Franklin, cheeky and brilliant in Philadelphia, launches Poor Richard and declares, jesting with a showman's cruelty, that Titan Leeds will die on October 17th of that year, old-style calendar, then later writes as if Titan is a ghost when Titan quite stubbornly keeps breathing. Print wars make people enemies and clowns. The Leeds name becomes a byword in taverns from Burlington to the Delaware wharves. A family already half set apart by words and emblems is now set apart by ridicule. When whispers begin, it is not difficult for villagers to point toward a house that already looks marked by pamphlets and pride, and say there, she does not know Franklin. She has heard of almanacs. Everyone uses one for tides and planting. But printing wars are as far from her life as London. In her house, a different war matters. Bread against hunger, hearth against wind. She watches her boys come home with pine pitch on their hands from gathering kindling, watches her eldest girl light the candles, watches the sky darken early even in spring because the pines shut out the sun. The curse, once spoken, sits with her like another child on her lap. She cannot take it back easily, not in a world that believes words have load-bearing bones. There are ways to recall a spoken thing, the old women say. Tie 9 knots in a red thread and pass it around your belly 3 times, then bury it beneath a healthy tree. Cross the threshold backward with a sprig of cedar, aromatic evergreen used in local crafts, tucked in your bodice, then burn the sprig before the moon is full. Recite a psalm, any psalm, until your tongue feels heavy, then swallow water before speaking again. These remedies are not Quaker, not exactly Christian in the approved sense, but neither are they pagan to the women who keep them. They are domestic physics, ways to counterweight the harm a mouth can do. She tries 1 or 2 of them. We do not know which. The accounts leave her privacy intact precisely where the story would help us most. Perhaps she ties the knots. Perhaps she asks the midwife to bring a nail of iron. Iron being widely thought to pinch closed the seams of the world through which spirits slip, and nails it above the cradle that waits empty in the corner. Perhaps she does nothing but work and wince and sleep and mutter. The curse, being only words, keeps shape nonetheless. Meanwhile, the Leeds name continues to hang over the region in public ways. People carrying gossip like kindling talk of the Wyvern crest, that dragon thing on the almanac that proves the family's oddness. They point out that the Barrens are thin land, that anyone who can afford to leave does, that anyone who stays must bear strange neighbors and stranger weather. They remind one another that the pine knots make peculiar shadows on cabin walls, that owls scream like women some nights, that foxes can sound like babies. The world itself is performative. Give it a rumor and it provides props. When her time comes, the midwife arrives with a bag that smells of lavender and old linen. In it are the predictable things: cord, knife, cloths, and the old things she does not mention to the men. A small witch bottle already prepared to be hidden beneath the hearthstone if the baby is marked by something not quite right. A length of red thread, the stub of a candle molded from beeswax and tallow that she keeps for difficult births. The midwife is Quaker, too, in her way. She worships in silence once a week and says little of God the other days, leaving room for the small acts besides prayer that keep women alive. When the pangs bite down, the neighbor women come. They shoo children into corners, lay fresh water by the fire, warm cloths, and hum old tunes that men never ask about. Pain comes like shore breakers. Mother Leeds breathes as she has breathed 12 times before. She knows this work. Her body knows it far better than the older men who swap opinions about her at the tavern know it. Between waves, she reconsiders her words. If the world were made in the likeness of her hope, it would accept this reconsideration. But the world is not made for her. The storm outside calls up the pines in a single heaving voice. Somewhere in the midwife's bag, the red thread waits. People will later embellish here. Some say a caul covers the infant's face, wet and glistening, like the egging of a fish, a thing sailors cut and save to keep from drowning. Others say the baby is born speaking. Still others say the child emerges ordinary. The devil only arriving after baptism is refused. The most common telling has no such slow unfolding. The baby takes its first breath like any other, and then nature tears sideways. Bones lengthen as if heat has been poured into them. Skin slickens and hardens. A tail lashes. Wings, bat-like the stories insist, to mark the difference from all Christian angels, snap open with a sound like wet canvas. The midwife drops the beeswax candle. A child at the edge of the room screams because a glow like fresh cold iron blinks where the newborn's eyes should be. No Quaker minute will ever record this. The elders will have no words for a creature that crawls to the rafters and leaps through the roof. But the neighbors will keep it for them, pressing the details into the soft clay of memory, letting the sun of retelling bake it hard. They will remember, too, what the mother said months before. Let this one be the devil. The curse, then, is not just an explanation. Why should such a thing be born? But a mechanism. How could it be? Their world loves a cause. What more tidy cause than a mouth that asked too much? Years later, this neatness will tempt skeptics. Many people still think that the curse line was a retroactive embroidery, added after the sighting tales spread, after the family crest and Franklin's mockery provided convenient fuel. So what do you think? Was it produced by neighbors who disliked the Leedses? By rival printers? By magistrates tired of complaints about livestock and shadows? Or did a woman truly say the words that every mother has thought in a low moment, and have the unlucky fate to have them overheard and then made myth? We know certain dated things. We know Daniel Leeds's publications bristled against Quaker leadership at the turn of the century, and that he used a dragonish crest. We know Titan Leeds and Franklin's almanac spat in 1733. We know that by the 1740s and 1750s, people in Gloucester and Salem counties are already calling a night-crying thing the Leeds devil. The Jersey part comes later, as the region's borders harden into state lines, and the story extends beyond a single family. We know that in rooms where women deliver babies, old rites survive alongside Quaker silence. These facts are pegs. The fabric of legend hangs from them, billowing, changing shape with each draft. Why does the curse hold so tightly? Because it gives agency to fear. If a mother's words can make a monster, someone can make a monster. It is not simply that the wilderness births them at random. The belief lets people imagine control in a world where weather and hunger do as they please. If harm can be spoken into being, perhaps it can be unsaid, or at least held off with the right counterspeech, the right iron, the right salt. That is why horseshoes appear over doors in a land that does not put much stock in showy religion. That is why nails gleam at thresholds. That is why mothers slip knives beneath mattresses, blades turned outward. Knives not to cut anything, but to tell the unseen that steel lives here. It is also why authorities frown. Magistrates prefer harms you can fine or jail. Clergy prefer sins you can confess and lay down. What to do with a curse? How to write an ordinance against words murmured into dough? They cannot. And so the burden shifts to women and hearths and minute household gestures that leave no record. The midwife takes up her broom and sweeps the cabin the morning after, letting the bristles catch ash and fear both. The mother sits in silence so long that the younger children begin to climb into her lap. The hole in the roof admits a small square of sky and the sigh of pines. Not all neighbors are cruel. Some bring soup. One puts his ladder against the house and patches the roof with planks split thin and pegged with care. Yet each act of kindness carries the weight of curiosity. Did it truly have a tail? Were the eyes as red as fire? Did your words bring it? A woman under such questions becomes an exhibit. She holds herself stiff and answers as little as she can. The children, hers, watch how the neighborhood watches them, and they learn young where the line is between ordinary and suspect. The curse goes to town without her. It walks the roads swift as a man on a good horse. It ducks into taverns and leans against door frames. It pays no tax, asks no permission, slips across county lines. In Leeds Point, people say it sideways. Have you heard she asked the devil? In Burlington, it arrives worn smooth. The 13th child came wicked because the mother called it. In Philadelphia, a printer sets type that uses the words Leeds and devil in proximity, and the paper on which those words rest travels further than any cart of pumpkins and rye ever will. When a soldier on the Delaware line tells his friend at dusk, years and wars from now, why the woods of the Jerseys sound like they do at night, he will include the part about the curse, because every story needs its hinge. An uncommon scent begins to haunt the tellings as well. Sulfur, people say, brimstone on the air after the creature passes. It is not constant. Some witnesses swear to it, some do not. But the smell suits the theology. Hell scent on a wind that presses the pines flat, and so it lingers in the narrative like smoke trapped in a shawl. If it smelled of the match, a woman says, and her neighbor nods, because every hearth teaches that smell. The devil becomes more devil for having the nose recognize him. Remember the small counter-rites? They proliferate now. A girl born with a birthmark in the shape of a crescent moon has the mark washed with cider and salt every day until it fades. A boy who cries too often is given bread that has been scored with a knife into the shape of a cross, quietly, behind the door, where no elder will comment. A mother who cannot steady her fear threads 9 knots and hides the cord in the thatch. Do these things work? Hard question in any century. They work on the people who do them by giving their hands something to do, and the hands tell the heart to quiet. That alone is medicine. One Quaker elder writes a private note to himself, the sort of line that appears in a diary a century and a half later, when a historian turns a page. Clamor of a supposed fiend among the pines. Friends troubled with vain stories. I am more troubled that friends are troubled. The elder means to defend silence against superstition. He also accidentally preserves it. The official record will rarely say Jersey Devil, but the margins will. And in the margins, a thing can grow fat. By autumn, the cabins nearest the cedar bogs listen for the scream with a mixture of dread and fascination. Children, warned not to wander, test the edge of dooryard and shadow with the bravery of 10-year-olds who want to be 12. A boy swears he saw hoofprints on a shed roof after a night of rain. An older man climbs up and shakes his head at odd marks that could be anything, but the claim itself is sticky. Hoofprints on roofs will join the story, as if the devil took pleasure in leaving impossible tracks across shingles, the same way a prankster takes pleasure in leaving footprints on a ceiling with ash and a ladder. What would you have done had you been her neighbor? Offered bread and silence, asked questions until her jaw clenched, hammered iron above your own door, or trusted the inner light to be shield enough? The Barrens do not care. They go on being themselves, sandy, resin-scented, full of birds that sound like crying, full of night that falls suddenly and heavy. Yet, from this day forward, when wind presses through the pines and makes them sing, the song carries a second sound braided into it. The remembered flat weariness of a woman's voice saying the one thing she could think to say to a world that asked too much of her, and the echo of wings that answer. The curse enters the long corridor of years and glances off other facts like a bat sliding between branches. Daniel Leeds' wyvern on a printed page, Franklin's mock obituary for Titan in 1733, a sketched crest pinned to an almanac nailed inside a tavern, a midwife's red thread tied and buried, a horseshoe bright over a door, a scream that seems to carry brimstone, None of these alone makes a monster. Together they make a legend that sweeps a tired mother into its center, whether she wishes to stand there or not. The Pine Barrens now are not merely a difficult place to live. They are the setting of a story already fusing belief and politics, kitchen ritual and print culture, private hurt and public laughter. And somewhere beyond the tree line, or perhaps only in the hard corner of 1,000 minds, something moves that feels like a promise the night intends to keep. Night in the Pine Barrens has always been heavy, a presence rather than a mere absence of light. By the time the sun dips behind the low western hills, the sand roads are already silvered with moonlight, the cedars throwing their long black bars across the ground. Owls begin their endless questioning calls. The wind hisses through pine needles, a sound like whispers made too fast to catch. But after the Leeds' birth, this darkness thickens with expectation. Each creak in the rafters is listened to differently. Each rustle in the underbrush is heard with a sharper edge. Something is loose in these woods, and people swear they have proof. The stories of that first transformation night spread with uncanny speed. Each retelling adds an image so vivid it cannot be pried away once spoken. A boy in Burlington insists he saw fire blazing from the cabin roof when the creature burst free. A woman in Egg Harbor claims the midwife fainted dead away as leathery wings snapped open. A woodsman swears that hoof prints found in mud by the river's edge were spaced so far apart, no natural beast could have left them. None of these witnesses were truly present, but the distance does not matter. Folklore feeds on imagination more readily than fact. By spring of 1736, sightings begin to multiply. A farmer wakes to find his sheep mangled, the pen smashed as if by something that lifted the gate with clawed hands rather than breaking it like a wolf might. A hunter follows prints through sandy ground until they suddenly stop in the middle of an open clearing, vanishing as if the creature took flight. At dawn, children on their way to fetch water from a creek hear a cry so sharp and shrill that they drop their buckets and run home barefoot. Their mother, not wishing to see her children so afraid, tells them it was only foxes. But at night, she tucks a knife beneath their straw mattress, blade facing outward, because old ways demand precautions. The Barrens are rich with such tales. People insist they have seen the devil perched on a barn roof, wings hunched, glowing eyes staring down. Others say they glimpsed it circling the cedar bogs, shadow black against blacker sky. Still others whisper that in certain storms, when the clouds hang low and thunder rolls, you can see the shape of wings outlined in lightning itself, as if the very sky is branded with its form. Among Quaker meetings, silence is urged. Friends must not be troubled with idle reports, one elder notes, but silence does not still the imagination. If anything, the quiet worship of Quaker practice allows rumors to seep deeper, for what is unspoken has more room to grow. Families who would never admit aloud to believing such things nonetheless hammer iron nails into their thresholds, or scatter mustard seeds across thresholds, an old charm said to occupy spirits who must stop and count every seed. In taverns, the devil becomes a tale for ale. Men slap tables and swear their cousin's neighbor heard screams like banshees. Banshee, a female spirit from Irish folklore whose wail heralds death. Sailors in port towns take the story with them, retelling it as far away as New York and Boston. Already, less than a year after the supposed birth, the Pine Barrens' winged horror has grown larger than the land itself. Some accounts say the creature tormented the very family that birthed it. Mother Leeds, they claim, woke each night to scratching at the shutters, to thumps in the loft above. Her children swore they heard flapping wings on the roof, heavy enough to bend the beams. One boy, sent to fetch wood after sunset, came back pale, claiming he saw glowing eyes at the edge of the clearing, hovering just above the ground. Whether this was memory, dream, or invention, it hardened into a local certainty. The devil was not a wanderer but a resident, circling his family like a hawk unwilling to let go of its nest. There are practical consequences. Livestock losses rise, perhaps from wolves, perhaps from poor pens, but people pin them on the devil. A rash of sick calves is called devil's milk. A cow miscarrying is blamed on his passing shadow. And because misfortunes can always be counted in lean lands, evidence piles up like cordwood. One magistrate in Gloucester reportedly sighed when presented with yet another complaint about missing chickens, and muttered, "Shall I summon the devil to stand trial?" Yet he dutifully recorded the words, for people demanded acknowledgement. Storms intensify the fear. In the Barrens, weather turns quickly. Thunderheads race in from the coast. Winds lash the trees until branches snap. People note that the most chilling cries are heard during such storms, that hoof prints appear freshest after rains, that sulfur lingers longest when lightning cracks the ground. Soon, whenever storms roll, families huddle tighter, children pulled close, as if they expect the devil himself to descend with the rain. Recurring storms are more than weather. They become theater curtains, behind which the winged figure emerges to haunt the night. One tale from 1738 insists that during a storm so fierce it blew barn doors off hinges, a group of hunters tracked strange prints to a clearing. As lightning lit the trees, they swore they saw it. Tall, thin, with wings outstretched, tail lashing, standing upright like a man but crowned with a horse's head. They raised their muskets. Lightning flared again, and the clearing was empty. The prints, which had been plain a moment before, ended abruptly in the middle of wet sand. Men argued all the way home whether it had truly been there or whether stormlight had tricked their eyes. But by the next day, their wives and neighbors retold the story as if the devil had stood before them, flesh and blood, and defied their bullets. Fear creeps into smaller details too. When children fall sick, mothers whisper that perhaps the devil has brushed them with his wings. When a barn burns from a lightning strike, people say the devil passed too close. When a man disappears in the woods, more likely from getting lost or drowning in a bog, people mutter that the devil took him. Step by step, the legend expands until it is less a single event than a framework through which the entire community interprets misfortune. And yet, with each misfortune, fascination grows alongside fear. The devil becomes a story to pass long evenings by the hearth, to add spice to dull chores, to give meaning to the wilderness that resists taming. The settlers are afraid, but they are also entertained. The Jersey Devil, though not yet called that, has already slipped into the strange role of both menace and myth, terror and entertainment. What would you have done if you lived there then? Would you have joined the hunters, musket ready, tracking prints into the night? Or would you have drawn the shutters tight, whispered a prayer, and prayed your hearth fire was bright enough to keep it away? By the end of the decade, one thing is certain. Whether real beast or rumor, the Leeds Devil now belongs not just to a single cabin, but to the entire Pine Barrens. Each night, as the wind combs through the endless pines, people wonder if the sound is only weather, or the wings of something that has no business being in this world at all. The pine barrens settle into a strange rhythm in the years following that storm-born night. Families till their narrow fields, charcoal burners tend their smoldering pits, and bog iron furnaces flare red against the dark woods. Life continues because it must. Yet under this ordinary surface lies a constant hum of unease. People may laugh about the devil over mugs of cider, but when the lamps are trimmed and the roads go black, the laughter thins. By the early 1740s, the creature has earned a reputation strong enough to govern behavior. Hunters who once roamed freely now hesitate at dusk, wary of venturing too far. Mothers gather children before sunset with sharper voices than before, warning them not only of wolves, but of the Leeds devil. Merchants passing through the sandy tracks from Philadelphia to the coast begin to note the fear in their journals. Strange sounds, travelers' tales, livestock found bloodied. And among the settlers, a consensus grows. Something in the Barrens is more than animal, more than accident. The earliest recorded stories of livestock killings date from this period. A farmer near Leeds Point finds his cow dead one morning, not torn as if by wolves, not eaten as if by foxes, but mauled in a manner that seems deliberate. The throat is ripped clean, the flanks clawed. In the mud around the carcass are prints, hooved, cloven like a goat's, but spaced far wider than a goat could stride. The prints lead to the edge of the cedar swamp and vanish, as though whatever left them walked straight into water and took to the air. Neighbors gather to view the scene. They argue, as neighbors do. Some insist it must be the devil. Others mutter about wolves or panthers. One man suggests pranksters cut the prints with wooden hooves to scare farmers into selling cheap land. But the smell lingers, a faint sulfur, like brimstone struck from a match. That detail sticks. It cannot be explained away as easily, and it becomes another thread added to the tapestry of belief. In Quaker meetings, elders frown at the persistence of such talk. They remind friends that superstition distracts from inner light. They remind them that gossip breeds disorder. But their words fall short. Fear has a way of creeping beneath doctrine. Families who nod dutifully at meetings still whisper to their children at night, "Do not go out. The devil walks the woods." And when a thunderstorm rages, even elders close their shutters early. The devil's image itself begins to solidify during this time. Before, it was a vague terror, something winged, something born of curse. Now, descriptions take sharper shape. Witnesses describe a horse-like head, a long, thin body, bat-like wings, and a tail tipped like a serpent's. Some add horns. Some swear it walks upright on 2 legs, but leaps on 4 when it runs. All agree on the scream, high, keening, unlike any animal they know. Between a child and a banshee, one woodsman says, and the phrase sticks, these reports echo through the pine barrens until they take on the weight of proof. Hunters find tracks in snow that stretch for miles without break, as if the creature never tires. Woodcutters hear cries in the pines that make their hands falter on the axe. A fisherman claims the devil landed on his roof at night, rattling the shingles until the family prayed aloud. In each tale, the fear is real, and fear makes memory sharper than fact. The settlers' response is to fight back in the only ways they know, through charms, wards, and small rituals meant to keep the devil at bay. Horseshoes multiply above doorways, hammered not only on barns, but on the very frames of homes. Mothers scatter mustard seeds across thresholds, trusting the devil must stop to count them before he can enter. Hunters carry iron nails in their pockets, whispering that no evil thing can cross iron unscathed. In a few cabins, people still craft witch bottles, jars filled with hair, pins, and sometimes drops of urine, sealed and buried beneath hearthstones to trap a spirit's malice. Do these things work? Who can say? But people believe in them, and belief itself offers comfort. A mother may sleep easier knowing an iron knife rests under her child's pillow. A farmer may till with steadier hands, believing the horseshoe over his barn has driven the devil away. Protection, even imagined, is still protection. Not all encounters are silent. One story from 1740 tells of a Gloucester minister who claimed he could exorcise the devil. He gathered a small crowd, marched into the Barrens, and prayed loudly, calling on divine authority to cast the beast out. Witnesses said that as his voice rose, a shriek answered from the treetops, a sound so piercing it made men drop to their knees. The minister pressed on, commanding the devil to depart in God's name. But the cry only came closer, echoing above them. At last, he flung holy water into the air, and the sound vanished into the storm. Did it work? Some believed the devil was banished for a time. Others swore the minister had only angered it. Either way, the tale spread, strengthening the devil's stature as something real enough to warrant exorcism. It is around this time that skeptics begin to appear. A few men of letters, hearing these reports, suggest natural causes. A large bird, perhaps, a sandhill crane or great horned owl mistaken in the dark, a trick of weather, an echo in the swamps. Others propose deliberate hoaxes, men carving hoofprints into mud to frighten neighbors or entertain themselves. These explanations travel slowly, weighed down by the lack of evidence. For the farmer staring at his dead cow, no crane or prank suffices. For the mother hearing cries outside her shutters, no weather echo can explain the chill in her spine. And so the devil persists. It lives not only in woods and swamps, but in the very air of the Barrens. It is blamed for poor harvests, for sudden fevers, for barns burned by lightning. It becomes part of the settler's language. To say someone heard the devil's cry is to say they were frightened beyond measure. Children dare one another to walk alone at night and come back swearing they saw red eyes. The line between truth and imagination blurs, but the legend thrives in that blur. What would you have believed if you lived in the pines then? Would you have trusted the Quaker elders and dismissed the stories as nonsense? Or would you have nailed iron above your door, scattered mustard seeds, and hoped against hope that the scream in the woods passed by your house without stopping? By the mid-1740s, the Leeds devil is no longer a story confined to a single cursed family. It has become a presence stitched into the very fabric of Pine Barrens life. Every creak of the forest, every storm, every unexplained death bends toward it, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. The devil is everywhere and nowhere, never fully caught, never fully proven, but always waiting in the shadows of the pines. The Pine Barrens are not only a European frontier. Long before the Leeds family built their cabin of pine logs, the Lenape walked these woods, fished the rivers, and told stories by firelight. Their memory is pressed into every dune and cedar swamp, though by the early 1700s, most of their villages have been pushed aside by settlers and land grants. Yet memory lingers, and so do their stories. If one listens carefully, fragments of Lenape belief seep into the growing legend of the devil, shaping it into something more than a cursed 13th child. Among the Lenape, birds of great power play important roles. The thunderbird, a vast spirit whose wings create lightning, figures in tales across the Delaware Valley. When storms crack the sky, it is the thunderbird hunting, its eyes flashing fire, its voice the roar of clouds colliding. Hunters tell of smaller spirits as well, owls that carry the souls of the dead, or mising, a masked being linked to deer and the balance of nature. Each story reminds listeners that the woods are alive with presences unseen, that storms and cries in the night are not random but purposeful. Colonists, arriving with their own load of superstition, hear these stories, but do not always understand them. What they carry away is simple. The wilderness itself has spirits, winged and dangerous. When word spreads of a cursed child growing wings and fleeing into storm, these half-remembered echoes slip neatly into the tale. The Leeds devil becomes not only a product of European witch lore, but also heir to the land's older sense of haunting. The pine barrens, after all, resist taming. Their soil is sandy, refusing wheat. Their rivers run dark with cedar tannin, staining water the color of tea. Their forests stretch unbroken, hiding bogs and quicksands that swallow careless wanderers. Colonists accustomed to orderly farmland in England or the Netherlands feel unease here. The land itself seems alive, brooding. So when a Lenape elder mutters that the devil's cry sounds like an ancient bird spirit, people listen. It confirms what they already feel, that this wilderness has never belonged to them fully, that something old still claims it. Some settlers even note parallels aloud. The Indians spoke of birds that brought storms, one farmer remarks in 1741, and sure enough, when this devil is heard, the weather breaks foul. A connection forms. The devil is not merely a demon of Europe, but also a storm bringer of the pines, a creature that unites two traditions into one frightening whole. In the evenings, families gather by fire and recount both sets of stories. A grandfather recalls hearing Lenape describe a great bird circling above the Molucca River, while a mother hushes children with tales of the Leeds devil clawing roofs. The details blend: wings, thunder, cries that chill the marrow. Over time, people no longer distinguish which parts came from whom. The devil becomes an all-purpose explanation, absorbing what came before. Quaker leaders bristle at this syncretism. They strive to keep worship simple, inward, stripped of superstition. Yet their very insistence on silence makes them vulnerable. Silence leaves space for fear to echo. In meetings, friends bow their heads while outside. Thunder rattles shutters and screams echo through the trees. Few admit it aloud, but many leave those meetings uneasy, thinking more of the devil than of the inner light. For those who live closest to the wilderness, charcoal burners in their remote huts, woodcutters in cabins far from roads, the blending of beliefs feels natural. They know storms as companions, the forest as a voice-filled place. If they call the Leeds devil by a name half Christian, half indigenous, it makes sense to them. What matters is not the precise theology, but the raw fact. Something winged moves in the dark, and it is not to be trusted. The devil's cry gains new descriptions in this era. Some say it howls like the thunderbird, booming across valleys. Others say it shrieks like an owl carrying souls. A fisherman swears he heard it speak his name, drawn out on the wind. These accounts contradict, but contradiction does not weaken belief. It strengthens it. The devil can be many things at once, shifting shape as needed. Protection rituals also begin to borrow from both traditions. Settlers hammer horseshoes, yes, but some also hang feathers over doorways, echoing Lenape charms. Women stir cedar branches into wash water, believing the wood's natural scent will drive spirits away. A few even tie small bundles of herbs and hang them in rafters, imitating native practices of warding. Each gesture, whether learned from grandmothers or neighbors, speaks to the same desire: to keep the devil outside. Still, stories persist of him entering. A boy in 1743 claims the devil perched at the foot of his bed, its wings folded tight, its eyes glowing in the moonlight. He screams, and his parents rush in, finding only the window flung open, the shutters banging. They believe him. Who could invent such terror in the middle of the night? Another tale speaks of hunters lost in the swamp. They fire muskets at a shadow with wings, the shots echoing in the pines. When they return days later, half-starved, they swear the devil followed them, laughing. Did they hear the bird spirits of Lenape myth? Did they stumble through bogs and mistake storm for laughter? It does not matter. By the time the tale reaches taverns, the devil has gained another power: the ability to stalk men for days. What would you have believed if you lived among them? Would you have dismissed the indigenous stories as heathen myth, clinging only to Quaker silence? Or would you have noticed how neatly those older tales explain the strangeness of the Barrens, how they gave form to your own unease? By the late 1740s, the Leeds devil is no longer a rumor, but a presence braided from many strands. The curse of a mother, the superstition of settlers, the thunderbirds of Lenape myth. Each cry in the woods is not only a sign of danger, but also a reminder that the Barrens are layered, old upon new, fear upon fear. The devil thrives in this layering, becoming both a product of European folklore and an inheritor of the wilderness itself. The pines whisper endlessly in the night, their voices blending like the stories told beneath them. And each time a storm breaks, people wonder, is this thunder only weather, or the beating of wings far older than any Leeds child could ever have borne? The storm clears, but the argument does not. By the mid-18th century, the Leeds devil has grown too large to be contained by family whispers and tavern boasts. It has become a matter of community concern, a question carried into the very halls of authority. Should the ministers, the magistrates, the appointed guardians of order take the matter seriously? Or is it mere superstition unworthy of law and scripture? At first, the answer is silence. The clergy, mostly Quakers, but joined by Anglicans and Baptists in nearby townships, counsel their congregations to ignore the stories. Idle talk, one minister calls it in 1745, fit only for frightening children. Yet his sermon is undermined when, the very night before, a farmer swore the devil clawed his barn and left prints on the roof. When neighbors gather to see, they find marks, perhaps from raccoons, perhaps carved by pranksters, but no explanation calms them. The minister preaches inward light, but the people remember the sulfur smell on the wind. Magistrates, too, try to dismiss the matter. Their ledgers brim with complaints about stolen chickens, maimed cows, missing goats, all attributed to the devil. Some scribes even add sarcastic notes in margins. Would they have me summon Beelzebub himself? But as more farmers demand compensation, magistrates begin to draft reports. In one such record from Gloucester in 1746, the clerk writes, "Strange tracks observed near Leeds Point. Villagers clamorous for action. Dogs set upon trail, refuse to follow." The line is short, but it admits something officials wish not to, that fear is tangible enough to require notice. The tension grows when hunts are organized. Men gather with muskets, lanterns, and hounds. swearing to rid the pines of its terror. They march into cedar swamps, their boots sinking into wet sand, their voices buoyed by bravado. For a while, their laughter holds, but when the hounds freeze, tails tucked, refusing to advance, the laughter falters. The dogs, bred for bear and wolf, quiver as if sensing something larger. Hunters strike them, coax them, plead, but the animals turn and bolt, breaking their leashes, vanishing into the dark. Men who thought themselves brave now stare at one another in silence. One mutters, "If beasts will not chase it, perhaps we should not either." They retreat, muskets still loaded, their courage leaking away like rain through a roof. From such failed hunts grows a deeper problem: ridicule from outside. In Philadelphia and New York, pamphlets appear mocking the superstitious jerseys. Cartoonists sketch winged goats flying over pine trees, farmers chasing them with pitchforks. Benjamin Franklin himself, still alive and fond of satire, jests that if the jerseys cannot tame their devil, perhaps it should be sent to Parliament. The jokes sting, for the settlers feel their hardship mocked by men who have never trudged through cedar bogs or heard a cry in the night that froze their bones. This ridicule only hardens belief locally. When outsiders mock, insiders close ranks. "They do not live here," one farmer says. "They do not hear the cries." The devil becomes not only a terror, but a badge of identity, proof that the Barrens are different, that those who dwell in its pines know truths strangers cannot. Skepticism from authorities makes belief sharper, for nothing feeds a legend faster than denial from the powerful. Among clergy, disagreement grows. A Baptist preacher declares the devil a punishment for sin, urging repentance. An Anglican rector insists it is nonsense but cannot explain why his congregation still nails iron over doors. Even Quakers, so firm in their disdain for superstition, find cracks forming. A journal entry from 1748 records, "At meeting this first day, the silence was heavy with talk unspoken. Some tremble at night noises, and though they know they ought not, they believe. The quiet becomes a canvas on which fear paints itself. Meanwhile, incidents accumulate. A miller in Burlington swears the devil toppled his grain sacks in the night. A ferryman on the Molucca claims a winged shadow skimmed the river at dawn, startling his passengers. A woman walking home from meeting hears a cry above her head, looks up, and faints at the sight of a form perched in branches, its eyes glinting. When she wakes, her neighbors find her pale, her story incoherent, but her terror unmistakable. Each tale, whether true or born of imagination, strengthens the fabric of legend. The clash between belief and authority reaches a turning point when a magistrate orders an official hunt. Notices are posted. Able men are to assemble, armed, to drive the devil from the Barrens. The day comes. Hundreds gather with dogs and muskets, their voices loud with determination. The hunt lasts hours, then days. They find tracks in sand, large, cloven, deep. They hear screams in the distance, too high for foxes, too mournful for owls. But each time they draw near, the signs vanish. By the third day, men return home weary, muttering. The magistrate declares the matter resolved, but no one believes him. They know the devil still flies, unseen, mocking their efforts. What would you have done if you stood among them? Would you have trusted the magistrate's word, satisfied with the hunt's failure? Or would you have looked to the sky at night, wondering if the wings you heard were real? The clash between villagers and authorities never finds resolution. Clergy keep preaching silence. Magistrates keep recording complaints with weary ink. But the people continue to live with the devil. They carve charms into door frames, scatter seeds, and whisper stories by firelight. Each storm, each scream, each vanished track deepens their conviction that authority cannot help them. Only their own wards, their own prayers, their own vigilance stand between them and the winged terror. By the close of the 1740s, the Leeds devil has achieved what few legends do. It has outlasted both denial and ridicule. Mocked by outsiders, dismissed by leaders, it still thrives in every cabin, every field, every swamp. In the long silence of Quaker meetings, in the muttered jokes of taverns, in the weary notes of magistrates' ledgers, the devil waits, more real for being denied. And as the pines sway in night wind, their endless whisper sounds suspiciously like wings beating overhead, reminding all that the clash between belief and authority is no victory, only a stalemate in which fear wins by endurance. The decades turn, and with them, the legend grows deeper roots. By the mid-18th century, it is no longer confined to whispered tales at the hearth or fearful looks exchanged between neighbors. The Leeds devil becomes a matter that refuses to vanish, no matter how often clergy dismiss it or magistrates scrawl weary notes into their ledgers. The clash between common fear and official skepticism shapes the story as surely as storms shape the pines. It begins in small ways. A Quaker elder stands in meeting and exhorts friends to shun superstition. His voice is calm, steady, meant to soothe. Yet later that night, his own daughter swears she heard claws scratching at the shutters. The elder says nothing publicly, but neighbors notice the iron horseshoe hammered to his door the next day. When questioned, he smiles and speaks of blacksmith generosity, but the people know. Denial and precaution sit side by side in him, and in all of them, other ministers try different tactics. A Baptist preacher in Egg Harbor rails from his pulpit that the devil haunts the Barrens because sin is thick among the people. His words ripple through the congregation, scaring the children and stoking guilt in their parents. Repentance, he insists, will banish the winged horror. But when livestock are found mauled that very week, some nod grimly. Yes, it is sin. Others mutter that the preacher talks much, but guards his own barn with iron like everyone else. Anglican clergy, more formal, dismiss the matter altogether. They call it rustic nonsense, a product of ignorance and fear. Yet their very dismissal makes their congregations restless. If the devil is only nonsense, why do the dogs howl at night? Why do hoofprints appear on rooftops? Why do storms seem louder, sharper, when the cries echo in the distance? Authority loses its grip each time it fails to explain what people feel in their bones. Magistrates fare no better. Complaints pile up. Chickens gone, cows found dead, children woken by screams. Some officials scoff openly. Others file the complaints quietly, their handwriting terse, betraying annoyance. A few try to take action. In 1750, a magistrate in Salem organizes a search party, offering small payment for proof. Hide, hoof, wing, anything that could be shown in court. Men scour the woods, their torches flickering, their muskets ready. They find only prints that vanish in swamp water, cries that dart from tree to tree without showing their source. After 2 days, the search is abandoned. The magistrate declares the devil imaginary. But the declaration fools no one. For the farmers who walked the woods, the experience was proof enough. If nothing was caught, it was because the devil cannot be caught. This dynamic, denial from authority, conviction from the people, turns the Leeds devil into more than a local monster. It becomes a symbol of the gap between rulers and ruled. Every time a magistrate shrugs, the farmers mutter, "They do not listen to us." Every time a minister preaches against gossip, the families whisper, "He does not hear what we hear." The devil thrives in that gap, feeding not only on fear of the woods, but also on resentment of authority. Pamphleteers from outside New Jersey exploit this tension. In Philadelphia, satirists lampoon the credulous Jerseys, mocking their devil as a goat with wings tied on. Some sketches depict clumsy creatures perched on barns, men fleeing in terror while women faint. These caricatures sell well in cities, but in the Barrens they cut deep. To be mocked is to be belittled, and so the people harden their stance. They may laugh in Philadelphia, but we know the truth. The devil becomes part of identity, a proof of belonging to the wild land, incomprehensible to outsiders. The ridicule is not limited to print. Travelers pass through the pines and return to taverns elsewhere with tales of frightened villagers. Sailors joke that Jersey folk fear their own shadows. Even Franklin, quick with wit, cannot resist adding quips about the devil to his repertoire. Yet the more the outside world scoffs, the more firmly the legend anchors itself in local soil. Mockery only fertilizes it. Inside the Barrens, the devil becomes woven into everyday talk. A child disobedient at dusk is warned, "Stay in, lest the Leeds devil take you." A poor harvest is blamed on his shadow falling over the field. A runaway servant is said to have been carried off by his wings. These sayings may be half joking, but they shape minds. Children grow up with the devil as real as the owls they hear at night. Adults, too, half believe, for in a land of thin soil and harsh storms, explanations are precious. The more officials deny, the more rituals flourish. Horseshoes gleam on nearly every doorway. Iron spikes are driven into lintels. Cedar branches are hung above cradles. Witch bottles, jars filled with hair and pins, are buried beneath hearthstones. Mustard seeds are scattered across thresholds so that if the devil enters, he must stop to count them, giving families time to escape. These acts are not confessed openly, but they are practiced quietly, persistently. What would you have done, living in that world? Trusted the magistrates, who wrote dismissive notes in their books? Or trusted your neighbor, who showed you the hoofprints in his field? Would you have prayed silently, hoping Quaker stillness was shield enough, or hammered iron above your own door when no one was looking? By the 1750s, the Leeds devil is more than rumor. It is a test of loyalty, to authority or to neighbors, to doctrine or to instinct, and more often than not, instinct wins. The devil is not banished by law, not silenced by sermons. It hovers in every storm, cries in every night wind, scratches at every shutter. Officials may scorn, but the people live with it, and so the legend grows, nourished by disbelief as much as by fear. By the 1760s, the devil has lived in the Barrens for a full generation. Children who once huddled under quilts while their parents whispered of wings and sulfur are now adults themselves, passing on the same tales to their own little ones. The story no longer feels new. It feels ancient, as if the pines themselves have always known it. To speak of the devil is to speak of the land. He has become, in his way, a neighbor, an unwelcome one, but a constant. And yet the community cannot leave the matter at rumor. Ministers deny, magistrates scoff, but fear persists. It festers until in 1740, or so the strongest stories say, a dramatic attempt is made to cast the devil out. The case is still retold decades later, embroidered with detail until it gleams like a polished legend. A Gloucester minister, stern and devout, rises to the challenge. If the devil truly haunts the Barrens, then he must be confronted in the name of God. The minister's name is recorded differently in each retelling. Some call him Reverend Clark, others Reverend Smith. Still others leave him unnamed, simply a godly man of Gloucester. But the core remains the same. He gathers a party of believers and enters the Barrens on a stormy night, armed not with musket or net, but with scripture and faith. The group walks by lantern light, the ground wet with recent rain. The trees crowd close, their branches dripping. Thunder rumbles like distant cannon. They say the minister carries a Bible in one hand, a vial of holy water in the other. His followers hold candles despite the drizzle, each flame shivering in the dark. Behind them, dogs whine low, tails between legs, refusing to move forward. Already the signs are poor. They reach a clearing said to be frequented by the devil. Hoofprints scar the mud, deep and unnatural. The minister plants his feet, lifts his voice, and begins to pray. His words are strong, but the woods answer back. A scream splits the night, shrill and echoing, so fierce that several men drop to their knees, covering their ears. The lanterns flicker wildly, as if in sudden wind. The minister does not falter. He raises the vial and flings holy water into the air, shouting for the devil to depart in God's name. Accounts divide here. Some say the scream ceases at once, the woods falling silent, proof that the devil has been driven off. Others say the scream grows louder, circling above them in the branches, mocking the prayer. A few swear they saw a shadow swoop overhead, wings so vast they blotted out the moon. What is certain is that the party fled in panic, their holy mission abandoned. The minister himself staggered home, pale but insistent that he had wrestled with the fiend. The story travels fast. For some, it is proof that the devil exists. Why else would the minister's prayers have drawn such cries? For others, it is proof of his banishment, at least for a time. For skeptics, it is simply theater, frightened men misled by their own expectations. Yet, whatever the truth, the exorcism becomes a milestone in the devil's history. It shows that he is not merely a tale, but a presence serious enough to challenge with ritual. In the years that follow, other attempts are made. Hunters still try their luck, setting traps with meat and iron chains. Nets are strung between trees. One group even digs a pit, covering it with branches, hoping to snare the beast. Each effort fails. Either the traps remain empty, or the prey that stumbles into them is ordinary. Foxes, raccoons, owls. Yet each failure only reinforces the belief that the devil cannot be caught by human means. Quaker elders respond with greater disapproval. They issue minutes denouncing such vain attempts, urging friends to hold to silence and inner light. But these admonitions feel hollow to families who live on the edge of the swamps, who hear screams in the night. If silence brings no protection, what then? Many continue their charms. Mustard seeds on the threshold, horseshoes nailed tighter, knives slipped beneath pillows. Faith and folklore intertwine, each filling the gaps left by the other. What fascinates is how the devil seems to choose his moments. He is rarely seen in daylight. He favors storms, nights of thunder and lightning, when fear is already near at hand. Witnesses describe his cry as timed to thunderclaps, his shadow darting between flashes of light. Some say he feeds on storms, others that storms follow him. Either way, his presence becomes tied to weather, as if each gust of wind might carry his wings. In 1762, a charcoal burner reports that the devil landed near his pit. The man drops his shovel and hides, watching through smoke as the creature prowls. He describes it as tall as a man, with legs like a deer but cloven feet, wings stretched wider than a door frame, and eyes glowing red through the haze. The smell of sulfur chokes him. Then, with a beat of wings, it vanishes into the night. His tail spreads, detailed and confident, and neighbors swear the smell of brimstone lingered at the site for days. Skeptics counter with their own explanations. Naturalists argue that owls, when startled, scream in ways that could easily be mistaken for unearthly cries. Cranes and herons, large and strange in silhouette, could account for winged shapes seen at night. Even the sulfur smell, they say, may be nothing more than marsh gas rising from swamps after storms. These explanations circulate, but they do little to dim belief. For those who live in the Barrens, no owl or swamp gas could strike such terror. The divide between official skepticism and local certainty deepens. To admit belief in the devil publicly invites ridicule, yet in private, nearly everyone takes precautions. Ministers may preach against superstition on first day, but their own congregants whisper of hoofprints and screams. Magistrates may dismiss complaints, but they themselves refuse to walk alone at night. The devil becomes a secret shared by all, denied in daylight, but confessed in darkness. What would you have thought, standing in that stormy clearing beside the minister? Would you have believed his words banished the devil? Or would you have fled with the others, convinced that wings circled above? Would you have trusted Scripture alone, or hammered iron to your door when you got home? By the end of the 1760s, the devil has proven uncatchable, unbanishable, unexplainable. Each attempt to confront him only deepens his mystery. He thrives on denial as much as belief, on fear as much as mockery. He belongs to the Barrens now, as integral as the pines and swamps themselves. And every storm that sweeps across New Jersey seems to carry with it not just rain and thunder, but the echo of wings that no exorcism can silence. By the close of the 1760s, the devil is not merely a story for evenings by the hearth. He has become a living puzzle, a riddle that demands pursuit. Communities already used to hardship now direct part of their energy toward watching the woods, testing their courage, and occasionally mustering for bold hunts. These pursuits, both serious and half-foolish, populate the oral record like beadwork stitched across the fabric of Pine Barrens' life. Every decade carries its failed captures, every storm its wild chases. The first of these hunts often begins in taverns. A man swears he saw hoofprints larger than a horse's outside his barn. Another boasts that he heard screams louder than thunder by the Mullica River. Ale loosens tongues, pride stirs bravery, and by midnight, a group has pledged to track the creature. They gather nets, muskets, torches, and dogs, setting off into the woods with fire in their bellies, and more bravado than sense, yet bravado wanes quickly. In the stillness of the Barrens, torchlight barely pierces the close-packed trees. Shadows bend into shapes too large, too strange. Dogs grow restless, whining, pulling against their leashes. More than once, the animals refuse outright to go forward, straining instead toward home. This unnerves the hunters more than any sound could, for if beasts bred to chase bear and wolf tremble at the scent of something unseen, what chance do men have? Still, They push on. Hoof prints in sand excite them. They shout. Fire muskets into the dark, pursue echoes that dart between trees. Sometimes they glimpse a shadow crossing the moon, wings outstretched. One or two claim to have fired at it, swearing they struck true, only to watch the form vanish without trace. By dawn, the hunters return empty-handed, laughter thin, pride frayed. The tavern will hear their boasts again, but always with an edge of unease. The pattern repeats across decades. 1773, a party near Batstow claims to corner the devil in a cedar swamp. They light torches, shout prayers, and fire muskets until smoke fills the clearing. When the smoke lifts, they find only clawed marks in the mud and trees split as if by lightning. 1781, a revolutionary soldier home on leave leads a search after hearing screams in the pines. He insists he saw eyes glowing red from a tree limb, but when he climbed to strike, the branch was empty. 1790, a miller sets a steel trap baited with goat flesh. By morning, the trap is sprung, but nothing remains save scorch marks on the ground and hoofprints that end mid-stride. Each failure becomes fuel. If the devil cannot be caught by trap, musket, or courage, then he must be something more than flesh. A beast can be killed. A spirit defies. The hunts prove not futility, but confirmation. The devil is real precisely because he escapes. Communities begin to codify their explanations. Some say the devil is cursed to wander forever, never to be slain. Others insist he is half spirit, half flesh, able to slip between worlds at will. A few whisper he is not singular at all, that each storm births another, that the cry heard in one township is not the same creature heard in another, but kin, countless, a brood of winged horrors spawned from the same curse. The pines, endless as they are, could hide 1,000. Magistrates despair of the complaints. Their ledgers bulge with notes. Livestock gone, barns scratched, children frightened. They cannot jail a phantom, cannot fine a shadow. They begin to advise farmers instead. Strengthen pens, keep dogs near, stay indoors during storms. Yet these practical measures do little against fear. People still hammer iron above doors, still scatter mustard seeds. Every creak of a shutter is still listened to with held breath. In one case, recorded around 1795, a magistrate agrees to witness the evidence himself. A farmer insists the devil killed his sheep. The magistrate rides out, skeptical but dutiful. He sees the carcasses torn, the prints deep in sand, the strange burn marks around the pen. He writes later, "I cannot say what thing made these signs, but neither do I believe they were wrought by hands of mischief." His note is careful, vague, but his neighbors retell it as admission. Even authority has now seen and faltered. Meanwhile, folklore spreads in ways authorities cannot contain. Children invent chants. Devil in the pines, hear his cry, stay indoors or you will die. Families pass down rules. Never whistle after dark, never mock the devil aloud, never wander near cedar swamps on storm nights. These customs become as binding as laws. They shape behavior, ensuring that the devil governs not only fear but daily rhythms. Even among skeptics, fascination grows. Educated men in Philadelphia and New York begin to collect reports, amused at the credulity of the Jerseys. They write essays suggesting owls, cranes, or even escaped exotic animals brought by sailors. They laugh, but their laughter does not reach the Barrens. There, belief thickens like resin. To be mocked by outsiders only deepens conviction. They do not hear the cries, locals say. They do not live where we live. Hunts continue into the new century. By 1800, whole towns muster with lanterns, nets, and hounds. Some expeditions last days, feeding rumors of strange encounters. Fires breaking out without cause, prints burned into snow, dogs disappearing into swamps. Never proof, always signs. The devil is expert at leaving just enough to tantalize, never enough to end the tale. What would you have done if you lived then? Would you have joined the hunt, musket ready, convinced that faith and courage could fell the beast? Or would you have stayed home, shutters closed, trusting more in iron charms and whispered prayers than in any magistrate's muster? By the dawn of the 19th century, one fact is plain. The devil cannot be captured. Each hunt proves not failure, but endurance. Each escaped trap strengthens the story. And so the Barrens live in stalemate with their winged horror. Men chasing shadows, shadows vanishing, the chase itself becoming tradition. The devil thrives not despite his elusiveness, but because of it. The Barrens remain haunted, and the hunts, though fruitless, ensure he will never be forgotten. The new century arrives, and with it, the weight of war. By 1776, New Jersey is no longer only pine woods and bog iron. It is battlefield, supply line, contested land. Soldiers march along sandy roads, militias form, cannons roll through villages too small to bear such thunder. In this turmoil, the devil does not vanish. If anything, he thrives. War feeds rumor, and rumor feeds him. To men already weary of musket fire and hunger, the cry of wings in the night becomes one more terror layered onto many. The most famous of these wartime accounts occurs in 1778, during the Revolution's stormy middle years. Commodore Stephen Decatur, a naval hero known for his discipline and sharp eye, reportedly fires on the creature itself. The story, repeated in countless retellings, places him in the Barrens with a party of soldiers. They are said to be drilling near the Pine Barrens edge when a dark shape crosses the sky. At first, it is dismissed as a crane, but then it screams, a cry too shrill, too uncanny. The men stare upward. Against a flash of lightning, wings unfold, leathery, vast. The body, thin and long, glides overhead. Its head, horse-like, turns, and eyes flare red as coals. Decatur, no man for superstition, raises his musket and fires. Other soldiers follow suit, shots cracking into the storm. Some swear they see sparks fly from the creature's side as lead strikes, but it does not fall. Instead, it wheels once, screaming louder, then vanishes into clouds. When the smoke clears, nothing remains but silence and pounding hearts. Soldiers, men who faced British fire without trembling, admit later that they shivered that night more than in any battle. The account travels swiftly. If even Decatur cannot bring it down with musket fire, then surely it is beyond mortal strength. For years afterward, men repeat the tale in taverns, how the Commodore himself saw the devil, how his bullet struck true and bounced as if against stone or spirit. This becomes a watershed moment. It transforms the devil from local menace to figure of national curiosity. If war heroes and officers speak of it, then it must be more than rustic gossip. Other wartime sightings fill the record. Soldiers bivouacked near Leeds Point complain of cries that keep them awake all night. Some refuse to march through cedar swamps after dusk. A cavalry patrol swears their horses spook violently when hoofprints appear fresh in snow, running for miles. In one chilling account, a sentry posted along the Mullica River vanishes. His musket is found leaning against a tree, footprints leading to the water's edge. No trace of him is seen again. His comrades whisper that the devil carried him away. Villagers, already living in fear of raids and shortages, now add the devil to their list of dangers. Women baking bread murmur charms, making the sign of the cross and flower before kneading. Children are forbidden from wandering to the edges of camps. Men sharpen pikes not only for redcoats, but for whatever flies above the trees. Fear becomes layered, war and superstition pressing together. The clergy, too, struggle to answer. Some declare the devil is punishment for rebellion, proof that divine wrath hangs over the colonies. Others insist it is only panic, soldiers' nerves turned to fancy. But neither explanation satisfies. For when a disciplined officer like Decatur fires and fails, when hardened soldiers admit terror, belief deepens rather than weakens. After the war, the devil remains. Peace comes, but the wings do not fold. Reports continue in the 1780s and 1790s. A farmer near Bordentown swears the devil landed in his orchard, snapping branches as it leapt into the air. A group of hunters near Egg Harbor claim to have chased it for hours, only to watch it vanish into lightning. And always, the details repeat. The horse-like head, the cloven feet, the scream like banshee and child combined, the sulfur stench lingering after. The Decatur story, however, stands tallest. It becomes a touchstone, proof offered whenever skeptics scoff. If it was only foxes, men argue, would a commodore fire upon it? The tale enters newspapers, almanacs, even sermons. The devil is not just Pine Barrens gossip now. He is American folklore, stitched into the new nation's fabric. Skeptics grow louder, too. Naturalists write essays arguing that great horned owls, when startled, make cries like human screams. Cranes, tall and gaunt, could appear monstrous against storm-lit skies. One pamphlet insists the soldiers mistook a sandhill crane, a bird with wings 6 feet wide and a cry sharp as a trumpet. These explanations circulate, but they cannot erase the image of Decatur firing into clouds and seeing the devil live on. Reason, once again, loses to narrative. What would you have thought had you marched beside those soldiers? Would you have believed the musket balls struck only feathers in air? Or would you have sworn that the devil bled sparks and defied death? Would you have returned to camp with laughter, or with iron nailed above your tent flap? By the end of the 18th century, the devil has survived hunts, exorcisms, storms, and now even war. He has been shot at by one of America's most respected officers and flown away unscathed. Each failure to capture or kill him only sharpens his power. Each attempt adds to his legend. He becomes not just a local curse, but a national specter. Proof that the wild land still hides mysteries no musket, sermon, or magistrate can conquer. And as the new century dawns, the Barrens remain what they have always been. Vast, whispering, haunted. Storms still break, cries still echo, and hoofprints still appear where none should. The Leeds devil, born of curse and storm, now strides into the 1800s as untouchable as ever. Part monster, part myth, and wholly American. The revolution ends, and the fragile United States begins its long, uneasy infancy. But the devil does not end. If anything, freedom from Britain only clears space for old fears to be told with new vigor. The Pine Barrens, still largely wilderness, remain fertile ground for mystery. And so through the 1780s and into the early 19th century, the devil continues to stalk the edges of settlement. His wings spread wider than before. War has left scars across the land. Burned farms, lost sons, debts unpaid. In such times, calamity searches for faces. For some, the devil becomes that face. Farmers who lose animals to sickness insist he prowls their fields. Women widowed by war claim to hear his screams above the pines, as if grief itself now flies. Children play at being soldiers in sandy clearings, only to run home pale when the wind carries a shriek too sharp to explain. One of the most remarkable stories of this era comes not from a pine woods farmer, but from a man of rank and culture. Joseph Bonaparte, elder brother of Napoleon, the self-proclaimed King of Spain. In the 1820s, after Napoleon's downfall, Joseph takes up residence in Bordentown, New Jersey, living in semi-exile on a grand estate near the Delaware River. Locals marvel at the European nobleman in their midst, but soon his name becomes tied to the devil himself. The tale unfolds like this. One snowy afternoon, Joseph walks alone on his estate grounds. The land is quiet, muffled by snow. Then he sees prints, cloven, deep, too far apart for any ordinary animal. Curious, he follows them. The tracks stretch across the snow in an impossible straight line, never breaking, never faltering, as if the creature that left them walked without pause or wait. Suddenly, the tracks end. No tree, no shelter, nothing. Just the middle of an open field where the trail vanishes as though the maker took flight. Joseph, worldly and skeptical, is unsettled. He tells his servants, who whisper it through Bordentown. Soon the whole region is alive with talk. Even Napoleon's brother has seen proof of the Jersey Devil. Some say Joseph glimpsed the creature itself, wings spread against the gray sky, eyes burning red. Others say he only saw the tracks. Either way, the association of a European king with the devil of the pines elevates the legend from local tale to international curiosity. If a Bonaparte admits to it, who can deny it? This story spreads through newspapers, adding shine to the devil's growing fame. People relish the idea that the same family that shook Europe now trembles before New Jersey's own monster. Skeptics mutter about hoaxes, suggesting locals carved prints in snow to amuse themselves. But the prints' strange regularity, their abrupt vanishing, echoes accounts from decades before. The Bonaparte sighting joins the canon of cases, a file of incidents that carry weight precisely because they attach to names, dates, and details. Other such incidents accumulate. In 1800, a farmer near Smithville swears the devil circled his barn for hours, shrieking until the rafters shook. In 1803, a group of fishermen on the Mullica River claim the devil swooped so close their boat nearly capsized, the air filled with sulfur stench. In 1812, during the chaos of another war, soldiers bivouacked near Burlington swear they hear cries circling their camp, driving horses into panic. These reports differ in detail, but share enough elements, cloven prints, wings, screams, sulfur, that they weave into a consistent thread. The consistency itself becomes part of belief. How can so many tell the same tale? Villagers ask. If it were nothing, would so many see it? They do not pause to consider that human memory is pliable, that once a form is imagined, a horse head, wings, red eyes, minds will supply it again and again. To them, repetition is proof. Meanwhile, the devil continues to shape daily life. Families refine their protective rituals, Horseshoes are polished and rehung each spring. Iron nails are set deeper into door frames. Salt is scattered not only on thresholds, but along windowsills. Some hang cedar branches above beds, believing the devil cannot cross their scent. Children are given tiny bags of herbs, rosemary, sage, cedar, sewn into their pockets as amulets. These practices mix European folk custom with local improvisation, forming a uniquely Jersey set of defenses. The devil also becomes a kind of scapegoat for wider troubles. The early 1800s bring economic hardship, failed crops, debt, fluctuating trade. When barns burn or fields fail, people mutter about his passing. Even epidemics are drawn into his orbit. In 1805, when scarlet fever rages through parts of New Jersey, whispers insist the devil's wings carried the sickness from house to house. Fear of plague merges with fear of monster, each feeding the other. What would you have believed had you seen those tracks in snow that vanished mid-field? Would you have insisted on a hoax? Or would you have stared at the open whiteness and felt your skin prickle, convinced something had taken flight before your very eyes? By the 1820s, the devil's reputation has fully matured. He is no longer just the Leeds devil, cursed 13th child of a weary mother. He is the Jersey devil, a creature that belongs not to one family, but to the entire region, a banner under which the Barrens themselves march into folklore. He has been seen by farmers and fishermen, soldiers and sailors, ministers and magistrates, even kings in exile. He has been hunted and mocked, shot at and exorcised, and still he survives, stronger for every attempt. And so, the legend endures, its wings spanning both sides of the Atlantic, its cries echoing not only through pine woods but through newspapers, sermons, and tavern tales. Each new storm, each new death, each unexplained mark on roof or snow only tightens the devil's grip. He is as much a part of New Jersey as the sandy soil itself, as unavoidable as the wind that combs the trees. And no bullet, sermon, or sneer has yet brought him down. The 19th century unfolds, and with it, the devil takes on a new kind of endurance. No longer whispered only in cabins or muttered in taverns, the creature now inhabits journals, pamphlets, and letters that cross oceans. Where once he was Leeds devil, a parochial curse tied to a single woman's exhaustion, he is now the Jersey devil, a title that makes him larger than family, larger than village, larger even than the Barrens. His story is carried not just by frightened farmers, but by diplomats, generals, and exiled aristocrats. And among the most famous of these is the tale of Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother, who in the 1820s claims an encounter that elevates the devil into transatlantic rumor. Joseph's estate at Bordentown sits on the Delaware, an elegant house surrounded by orchards and gardens that seem a world away from the sandy heart of the Barrens. Yet isolation clings even here. Winter snow muffles the land. Servants whisper of strange cries on storm nights. One morning Joseph himself, so the story goes, rides out on a hunting expedition and sees the impossible. Hoofprints, sharp and deep, march across the snow. They do not wander like deer tracks, do not double back like fox prints. They march straight, single-minded, across fields and fences, as if the creature that made them disregards barriers. He follows them until they halt abruptly in open ground. No tree, no cover, simply a sudden vanishing. No mortal animal could end so. Bonaparte, a worldly man, scoffs at first, but unease clings. He orders guards to watch more closely at night. When his neighbors learn of the prince, They retell the story with additions. Joseph saw red eyes gleaming. Joseph fired a pistol and missed. Joseph fled back to his manor, pale as snow. None of these may be true, but each embellishment binds the devil tighter to his name. Soon the tale spreads beyond Bordentown. Newspapers from Trenton to New York seize on it. Even in Europe, the exile of Napoleon's brother becomes a curiosity flavored with the devil of New Jersey. This is not the only case of the era. In 1812, soldiers stationed near the Delaware swear they hear cries so shrill they carry above cannon fire. In 1819, a miller in Greenwich reports his sheep slaughtered, hoofprints pressed into wet earth. In 1825, hunters in the Barrens fire at a winged shape, claiming their bullets pass through as though through smoke. Each story bears familiar marks: cloven feet, leathery wings, the sulfur stench that lingers after. Each adds another stone to the cairn of proof. The most dramatic wave arrives in the 1830s, when a spate of sightings ripples across the pines. Families wake to hoofprints on rooftops. A schoolteacher swears the devil landed on her roof in full daylight, its shadow darkening her classroom. Farmers discover prints leading up to haylofts with no tracks descending. Newspapers, eager for sensation, print the stories, often exaggerating. A Trenton Gazette reports, "The monster of the Barrens continues his depredations," and several families are in terror. For readers outside the pines, it is lurid amusement. For those within, it is confirmation of what they already fear. By the mid-century, the devil has become an institution. Writers begin collecting the stories, compiling them as curiosities of American folklore. Ministers mention him in sermons, not to affirm his existence, but to warn against sin, using his legend as parable. Children chant rhymes about him while skipping rope. Devil in the woods, devil in the night, run home quick, don't see his sight. His figure appears carved into tavern signs and doodled into school notebooks. The very act of mocking him only spreads his fame. Skeptics persist. Naturalists argue that large birds explain the sightings: sandhill cranes, herons, owls. Journalists in Philadelphia sneer at rustic credulity. Some pamphlets insist pranksters carve hoofprints with wooden shoes to frighten neighbors. Yet every skeptical voice only fuels the legend. For the Pine Barrens folk, to be mocked by city men is proof that outsiders do not understand their land. They do not know the cries in the trees, the prints in the snow, the fear in the marrow when storms howl. The devil also becomes a kind of scapegoat for social unease. In times of hardship, crop failure, disease, financial ruin, people mutter of his shadow passing. In 1837, during the financial panic, when banks fail and families lose farms, several communities report renewed devil sightings. A barn burns in Mullica. The devil is blamed. A girl sickens in Egg Harbor. Her family whispers that the devil passed too close. Fear turns misfortune into narrative. Meanwhile, folklore deepens into ritual. Children are told to stay close to hearths on storm nights. Iron spikes glint from lintels. Cedar branches hang in rafters. Women keep jars of pins and hair beneath hearthstones. Witch bottles meant to trap harm. Teenagers, daring one another, sneak into the woods after dusk, returning with wide eyes and tales of screams. Fear becomes a rite of passage. What would you have thought if you stood beside Bonaparte in that snowy field? Would you have traced the prints and declared them trickery? Or would you have stared at their sudden vanishing and felt your hair rise, certain something took flight? By the 1840s, the devil is larger than anyone telling. He is farmer's curse, minister's parable, skeptic's jest, child's rhyme, exile's memory. He is New Jersey itself, stubborn, wild, half-mocked, half-feared. The land resists taming, and so does its monster. No musket, no trap, no laughter has banished him yet. He flies on, more present with each passing decade, proof that legends grow not by capture or proof, but by endurance in the spaces between storm and silence. By the mid-19th century, the pine barrens are no longer only scattered clearings and bog iron pits. Railroads creep closer, sawmills hum, and small towns take shape along the fringes. Yet even as industry gnaws at the forest, the old stories remain intact. In fact, the devil seems to grow stronger in proportion to progress, as though every new intrusion into the pines provokes him to reassert his claim. The devil is no longer just a rustic ghost. He becomes a full cultural force, woven into the rhythms of daily life and the ritual protections families feel compelled to keep. Farmhouses across the Barrens sprout the same defenses. Horseshoes nailed firmly above doors, polished until they gleam against weather-worn boards. Iron nails hammered into lintels and window frames. Bowls of salt left near hearths. Some mothers sew tiny pouches of rosemary and cedar, slipping them into children's pockets so that even when they wander near the edge of the woods, protection goes with them. Midwives keep pins ready to cross over cradles, warning that the devil covets newborns most of all. In the hush of twilight, when lamps are lit and shutters drawn, one can almost hear a collective sigh. The wards are in place. The household is sealed. The rituals are not confined to homes. Barns bear their own charms. Iron plow blades leaned against doors. Hex signs painted onto beams. Even bridges across streams are marked. Locals insisting that the devil disdains running water, but can be tricked into pausing if nails or cedar boughs are fastened along the railings. Every layer of daily life bristles with quiet defenses. Outsiders scoff, but those who live inside the pines know better. Better to hammer one nail too many than to risk a winged shadow landing on your roof. Tales of personal encounters fill the oral tradition. In 1840, a girl walking to collect water swears she saw glowing eyes in the branches above her. She drops her bucket and flees, returning home in tears. Her father finds prints near the well, cloven, deep, pressed into sand that should not have held them. In 1841, a farmer hears shrieking so loud it rattles his shutters. He fires his musket out the window, but in the morning only finds scorched marks on the ground. In 1845, a boy claims the devil flew over the schoolhouse at midday, casting a shadow so large that the children shrieked and the teacher fainted. Each tale may stretch truth, but each leaves enough residue to settle into communal memory. The devil also creeps into language. Parents scold children by warning, "Don't bring the devil to the door." Drunks stumbling home from taverns are said to be devil-ridden. A streak of bad weather, spoiling crops, is blamed on the devil's wing passing overhead. The legend shifts from event into idiom. It becomes a way to explain misfortune, a shorthand for fear, a metaphor everyone understands. Meanwhile, skeptics keep writing. Newspapers in Philadelphia and New York publish essays suggesting the tracks in snow are hoaxes, made with carved wooden hooves. Naturalists argue that owls, cranes, or even escaped exotic animals could explain the sightings. A physician pens a tract claiming the screams are only foxes, whose calls at night can mimic human wails. Yet none of these explanations satisfy those who live in the Barrens. They do not erase the memory of sulfur stench after storms, of hoofprints on rooftops, of dogs refusing to enter cedar swamps. For the people, the skeptic's words are just ink. The devil's cry is wind in their ears. The 1840s bring one of the most famous episodes, a rash of sightings across multiple counties. In January 1840, cloven hoofprints appear after a snowfall. They stretch for miles across fields and fences, sometimes atop barns, sometimes vanishing mid-stride. Families wake to find them circling their houses. Panic spreads. Newspapers dub it the devil's tracks. Some claim to have seen the creature itself gliding across moonlit fields, its wings outstretched. Others hear it scream echoing from swamps. For weeks, the region buzzes with fear. Farmers arm themselves. Mothers keep children indoors. Magistrates once again try to calm the uproar, but their words falter against the prints plainly visible in snow. That year becomes a touchstone. Old men recall it decades later, saying, "We remember the winter the devil walked the Barrens." For some, it proves his existence beyond doubt. For others, it marks the moment he shifted from hearth tale to public terror, written into newspapers for the first time in earnest. Either way, the legend cements itself as permanent. Protection rituals intensify after this. Families who once kept only one horseshoe now hang two. Children recite prayers before bed, with special emphasis on the devil's banishment. Teenagers, daring one another, creep into the woods at night and return pale, claiming to have heard screams. These dares become a rite of passage. To prove bravery in the Barrens, one must face the devil, even if only in echo. What would you have done if you woke to hoofprints circling your home? Would you have laughed at pranksters? Or would you have looked up at the pines, heart racing, certain something winged still watched from the shadows? By the 1850s, the Jersey Devil is not only a monster, he is a constant presence, shaping language, customs, fears, and courage alike. He is fought with iron and salt, prayed against in meeting houses, mocked in city papers, but never banished. Each scream in the night, each track in snow, each barn fire after storm becomes part of his body, fleshing him out until he is as real to the people as the owls above their fields. And through it all, the Barrens themselves, endless, whispering, untamed, remain his true cathedral, the place where wings forever beat against storm clouds, reminding all who live nearby that progress may come, but the devil flies on. The dawn of the 20th century brings with it inventions that promise to banish superstition. Railroads stitching across the pines, electric lights glowing in towns, telegraphs carrying words faster than the gallop of any horse. Yet none of these advances can drive the devil from the Barrens. If anything, he grows louder in this new age, his legend spreading further as newspapers battle for readership and sensational stories become profitable. What once belonged to tavern rumor and farmers' firesides now belongs also to headlines, broadsheets, and bold print that carry the devil into cities and across the nation. The winter of 1909 is remembered as the Great Panic, the week when the devil seemed to descend not just on the pines, but on the whole of New Jersey and beyond. Beginning in mid-January, reports flood newspapers across the region. Farmers awake to find cloven hoofprints marching across snow, prints that stretch for miles, climb fences, cross rooftops, and vanish abruptly. They appear in Burlington, Camden, Gloucester, even as far as Philadelphia. Panic ripples outward. Children refuse to walk to school. Mothers bar windows. Men patrol streets with shotguns. Schools close. Mills shut their doors early. Police stations, overwhelmed by frightened callers, send officers to investigate, only to return with the same bewilderment. The tracks are real, but they defy explanation. Some officers claim to have followed them for 20 miles without break, only to watch them vanish in open fields. The newspapers feast. Each day brings new headlines. The Jersey Devil walks again. Strange monster terrorizes South Jersey. Illustrators sketch winged beasts, half horse, half bat, glaring from storm clouds. Some depict the devil perched on rooftops, others soaring over frightened townsfolk. The imagery spreads faster than hoof prints, and soon the devil's face, once only described in whispers, becomes fixed in popular imagination. Long head, glowing eyes, thin body, wings like a bat, cloven hooves, a forked tail lashing. Witnesses multiply. A trolley car in Camden is said to be attacked by the creature, the passengers shrieking as wings beat against windows. A policeman swears he fired point blank, the bullet striking but doing nothing. A group of workers in Haddon Heights refuse to leave the mill after dusk, claiming the devil circles overhead. Even schools cancel classes, their boards unwilling to risk children on roads where hoofprints appear. Fear becomes fever. Some towns organize armed pauses, marching with lanterns and rifles into the woods. Others gather in churches, praying aloud for deliverance. Merchants advertise devil-proof charms, iron amulets, cedar sprigs, even bottles of sulfur water said to ward him off. Newspapers print letters from terrified readers describing screams in the night, wings brushing rooftops, shadows that blot out stars. For a week, South Jersey seems to live under siege, and then, just as suddenly, the panic subsides. No body is found. No proof is secured. The tracks vanish with thaw. Skeptics insist it was mass hysteria, whipped up by newspapers hungry for sales. They argue pranksters carved tracks with wooden hooves, that frightened people mistook owls and cranes for monsters, that panic bred panic. Yet for those who lived through it, the terror was real. Families remember shuttering windows. Children remember huddling under quilts. Old men remember walking with rifles through empty streets. The week becomes legend, its memory retold for generations. The January days, when the devil ruled New Jersey. What fascinates most is how belief and skepticism intertwine. Many who mocked the stories by day still carried iron in their pockets by night. Children dared one another to walk outside after dark, only to bolt home after the smallest noise. Housewives who scoffed at newspapers still burned cedar branches in hearths, just in case. The line between belief and disbelief blurred. The devil lived in the middle ground, where doubt is strongest, but fear still whispers. The 1909 panic does more than frighten. It cements the devil as national folklore. Newspapers from New York, Chicago, even San Francisco carry the story. He ceases to be a regional oddity and becomes an American monster, cousin to Bigfoot and sea serpents, a cryptid whose name belongs in every collection of curiosities. School children across the country learn to chant rhymes about him. Writers from outside New Jersey seize on the story, weaving it into dime novels and pulp magazines. The devil takes flight beyond the pines, his wings spanning an entire continent's imagination. Yet in the Barrens, he remains local. Families still hammer horseshoes, still scatter mustard seeds, still tell children not to whistle after dark. The rituals endure even as cars replace horses and radios replace gossip. Technology advances, but the fear remains. Every storm, every scream, every strange track reminds the pines that progress does not erase old things. It only gives them new voices. What would you have done in that wild January of 1909? Would you have laughed at headlines, trusting only your reason? Or would you have stared at hoofprints in fresh snow, heart pounding, certain that wings circled above? Would you have carried your musket into the night, or shut your door tight and prayed your horseshoe was strong enough? By the end of that week, the devil has entered the modern age. He is no longer a rustic curse whispered in one family's cabin. He is a cultural force, as real to the people as storms and hunger. And though skeptics insist hysteria will fade, the devil only grows. For in every town where hoofprints were seen, in every house where screams were heard, children grow up remembering. They carry the story forward, stronger with each telling, ensuring the Jersey Devil's wings beat on into a new century that cannot silence him. The panic of 1909 lingers long after the hoofprints have melted, echoing in memory and imagination alike. Families tell and retell their stories. A mother swears she saw cloven tracks on her own porch. A child remembers the sound of wings slapping against a schoolhouse roof. A police officer insists his bullets passed straight through the beast. These recollections are carried into adulthood, embroidered with new details, retold to children by firelight or on summer porches where crickets sing. The devil, once whispered about in isolated farmsteads, is now a permanent fixture in the lore of New Jersey. As the decades roll on, the legend grows with each retelling. In the 1920s and 1930s, when the Great Depression grips America, the devil's story surfaces again in taverns and union halls. Men stand outside mills, their hands rough with work, telling newcomers that the pines are haunted not just by poverty, but by something older, darker. They speak of unearthly cries in the woods, of livestock found mauled, of shadows winged and cruel crossing the moon. The devil becomes not merely a curiosity, but a symbol of hardship itself, a reminder that fear does not vanish even when economic despair consumes all else. In the 1940s, with war raging across oceans, the devil again rears his head in popular memory. Soldiers shipping out from Jersey ports trade stories of him like talismans, half joking that no battlefield in Europe could hold terrors worse than their own pine woods. Letters home include doodles of the devil, lanky and winged, scrawled in margins beside news of the front. And in the towns left behind, mothers hush restless children with warnings. Don't stray too far, or the devil might take you before the war does. By mid-century, the devil is firmly established as a paradox, feared by locals, yet marketed by outsiders. Roadside attractions spring up along highways leading into the pines, promising tourists a glimpse of the Jersey Devil's Cave, or authentic devil tracks. Souvenir shops sell postcards with cartoonish sketches, their devil more comical than terrifying, bug-eyed, horse-faced, with tiny wings and clumsy hooves. Amusement parks host devil nights, where actors in costume shriek from treetops. Skeptics laugh, believers frown, and locals shake their heads at outsiders who play with what they still feel in their bones. The 1950s and 1960s see the devil woven into radio programs and pulp magazines. Late-night broadcasts tell stories of glowing eyes in the pines, of phantom cries drifting across cranberry bogs. Cheap horror magazines feature lurid covers, women screaming as winged beasts swoop down, farmers firing rifles into stormy skies. To readers in far-off cities, the devil is entertainment. But to those who still live in the shadow of the Barrens, he remains something else, an explanation for the unexplained, a presence lurking where the highways end and the forest swallows all. In the 1970s, a new fascination with the paranormal grips America. Bigfoot sightings fill newspapers, UFO flaps stir crowds, and ghost hunters rise in number. The devil finds new life in this era. Paranormal investigators drive down sandy roads at night with cameras, tape recorders, and notebooks, eager to capture proof of the beast. They set up camps near abandoned cabins, placing bait in clearings, convinced that hoofprints might appear by morning. Some claim to hear the beating of wings in the dark, others to glimpse shadows too tall and thin to be deer. They return with blurry photos, indistinct recordings, testimonies that feed the fire rather than extinguish it. Local law enforcement grows weary of these expeditions. Rangers complain of trespassers, of thrill-seekers getting lost in the endless pines, of pranksters carving hoofprints in mud to fool reporters. Yet every false lead only fuels the legend, for where proof fails, mystery thrives. The devil remains untouchable. His very elusiveness, his greatest strength. Then comes the 1980s, when the devil becomes a mascot as much as a monster. The newly formed New Jersey Devils hockey team adopts him as its emblem. On jerseys and banners, he appears red, horned, fierce, but not terrifying, a symbol of pride rather than fear. For many outside the pines, this is the devil they know, a sports logo, not a midnight terror. But in farmhouses tucked away in sandy clearings, in towns with streets still dark at night, the old tales persist. Grandparents remind grandchildren that the real devil has wings, not horns, and he does not skate on ice. He stalks in shadows. And so two devils coexist. One commercial, bright and brash, the other ancient, whispered and feared. Both feed off one another, ensuring that the name Jersey Devil never fades. To some, he is folklore, to others a hoax, to still others an emblem of identity. Yet beneath all the interpretations lies the same question that haunted the 1700s and resurfaced in 1909. What if he is real? What if the tracks in snow, the screams in storms, the shadows over rooftops are not inventions, but reminders of something that has never left? The Barrens themselves seem to conspire in his favor. Even in modern times, the Pine Barrens remain vast, desolate, and strangely untouched. Miles of scrub pine stretch outward, dotted with cranberry bogs and sandy clearings where light dies quickly. Towns vanish into silence just a few miles from busy highways. Roads fade into trails, trails into nothing. At night, the forest grows so still that every branch snap, every owl cry feels like a warning. In such places, disbelief thins. One does not need to see the devil to believe. One only needs to stand in that silence and feel watched. It is said that in the 1990s, renewed waves of sightings occurred. Hunters reported strange cries while camping. Motorists swore winged figures leapt across rural roads. Newspapers, now competing with television for attention, happily printed every tale, while local stations ran features with grainy night vision footage and interviews of tearful witnesses. Some stories were dismissed as coyotes, owls, or tricks of the imagination, but others defied easy explanation. Tracks that began in one field and ended in another without crossing the space between, livestock mutilated without signs of human interference, and strange scorch marks found in snow as though left by something not of this earth. In these retellings, the devil continues to adapt. He is not pinned down to one shape, one cry, one behavior. Sometimes he is a predator that takes livestock. Sometimes he is a phantom that leaves only tracks. Sometimes he is a terror that lashes against windows with wings. Always, though, he embodies unease, a reminder that even in the modern world, some shadows resist light. Would you have laughed at the roadside attractions selling devil keychains? Would you have rolled your eyes at late-night radio hosts who played recordings of screams from the pines? Or would you, driving down a lonely two-lane road at midnight, headlights cutting through fog, have gripped the wheel tighter when a winged shadow crossed overhead? As the century ends, the devil is not diminished. He is multiplied. He exists in sports arenas, in pulp horror, in scientific skepticism, in local fear, in the minds of children daring each other to walk past cedar trees at dusk. He lives in every layer of culture, high and low, comic and terrifying. The Pine Barrens, though hemmed in by highways and suburban sprawl, remain his heart. For all the change of modern times, one thing remains constant. Somewhere in the Barrens, between the cedar bogs and sandy clearings, the devil waits, and with each generation that dares speak his name, he is born anew, his wings never tiring, his eyes never dimming, his legend growing longer than any highway that cuts through his pine domain. The turning of the millennium does not silence the Jersey Devil. If anything, the dawn of the digital age gives him a new and unexpected platform. Where once his legend was passed around kitchen tables and small-town newspapers, he now prowls through online forums, chat rooms, and message boards devoted to the paranormal. In the early 2000s, grainy photographs circulate on dial-up connections, blurry silhouettes against trees, winged shapes frozen midair, glowing eyes caught in headlights. Some are obvious fakes, others harder to explain. With each upload, the devil finds a fresh generation of believers, skeptics, and storytellers. But the Pine Barrens themselves remain unchanged. Despite new highways and housing developments pressing in from the edges, the forest stretches deep and wild. Over 1 million acres of pine, oak, cedar bogs, and swamps lie untouched, their sandy soil poor for farming, their undergrowth thick and defiant. There are stretches where cell phones lose signal, where even hunters get turned around, where silence settles heavy as a shroud. Those who venture in at night often return changed. Eyes wide, voices lowered, muttering about things they heard that did not belong to fox, owl, or coyote. The Barrens have always been a place where the natural and the unnatural blur, and the devil thrives in that blur. In 2002, reports ripple through South Jersey once more. A couple driving near Wharton State Forest claims a winged figure flew across the road, its body long and spindly, its wings leathery and vast. Startled, they swerved, nearly crashing. Later, they insisted the creature left no tracks, no feathers, nothing. Only the memory of a shadow too large to be an owl. Not long after, children playing near a cranberry bog run home crying, saying a horsebird chased them from the edge of the trees. Parents dismiss it as imagination, but the fear in their voices is too real. Newspapers pick up the tales, television crews arrive, and the devil returns to living rooms across America. The Jersey Devil now straddles two worlds, folklore and pop culture. In bookstores, glossy encyclopedias of monsters devote pages to him, illustrating his horse face, bat wings, and cloven hooves. On television, reality shows send ghost hunters into the pines with night vision cameras, whispering dramatically about hoof prints and broken branches. In classrooms, Teachers present him as an example of American folklore, a cousin to Bigfoot and Mothman, woven into the nation's patchwork of myths. He is studied, dissected, laughed at, but never forgotten. Skeptics grow louder, of course. Biologists argue that all reports stem from misidentified animals. Sandhill cranes, owls, deer glimpsed strangely in poor light. Hoaxers admit to carving hoofprints in the snow in decades past, some even proudly confessing to terrifying neighbors with homemade costumes. But dismissals never seem to extinguish the story. If anything, they fuel it. Because if all is explained, why do the cries persist in the night? Why do tracks appear where no prankster could have reached? Why do even lawmen and respected citizens, those with nothing to gain, swear they saw something they cannot name? By 2010, the devil has become an internet sensation. YouTube videos claim to capture his cry, a shrill, keening wail recorded in the Barrens after midnight. Grainy footage shows a figure leaping between trees, wings outstretched. Comment sections explode with arguments. Believers citing the strangeness of the pines, skeptics mocking the shaky camera. But the legend spreads wider than ever, reaching audiences far from New Jersey, people who have never stepped foot in the state, yet know the devil's name. At the same time, locals still treat the story with a seriousness outsiders sometimes miss. Hunters speak of nights where their dogs refuse to enter the woods, ears pinned, tails tucked. Campers recall sudden silences, frogs, crickets, owls all ceasing at once, as if something unseen had entered their circle. Farmers still wake to find livestock dead without a mark of blade or bullet, as if life itself had been stolen. And children still dare each other to walk down forgotten trails, to knock 3 times on abandoned barns said to be devil's haunts, to whistle in cedar swamps where cries might answer back. In the 2010s, New Jersey itself leans into the legend. Festivals celebrate the devil, blending fear with pride. Vendors sell t-shirts, mugs, and stuffed toys. Local breweries name beers after him. Tour companies offer devil hunts, guiding visitors into the pines at night with lanterns. Yet amid the laughter and commerce, there are still quiet moments. When a guide lowers his voice, when a local woman grips her child's hand tighter walking home at dusk, when a driver glances nervously at a shadow swooping low across the windshield. The legend may be commodified, but its power remains. The Pine Barrens atmosphere sustains him. Unlike other American legends tied to single sightings or ancient ruins, the devil has an entire landscape as his ally. The Barrens are endless, labyrinthine, filled with old colonial roads that vanish into sand, ruins of glass factories swallowed by vines, and villages abandoned when industries failed. Standing in one of those ghost towns, wind rattling broken windows, it is not hard to imagine wings in the night sky. The setting itself insists the devil is possible. Even in modern retellings, older roots are never far. Some link the devil not to Mother Leeds in 1735, but to older Lenape warnings of a spirit haunting the pines, a presence to be avoided with offerings left at cedar groves. Others tie him to Quaker settlers, to whispered curses, to the lingering fear that the wilderness resists taming. Folklorists note how the devil embodies the anxieties of each era: witchcraft in the 1700s, industrial hardship in the 1800s, modern alienation in the 20th century, environmental unease in the 21st. He is a shapeshifter not just in form, but in meaning. And so, into the 2020s, the devil thrives both as folklore and metaphor. Documentaries stream on global platforms, presenting him alongside Loch Ness and Bigfoot. Podcasts dissect every sighting, from colonial times to the latest eyewitness TikTok. The devil appears in graphic novels, horror films, even video games. Yet he is never only entertainment. For those who still live within reach of the Barrens, he is the whisper at the edge of vision, the dread in sudden silence, the shadow that turns a familiar path strange. The story endures because it is more than just a monster tale. It is about a landscape that refuses full mastery, about a people whose fears and hopes crystallize in one winged figure, about the persistence of mystery in an age that explains everything. Every new retelling adds a layer. The colonial mother's curse, the 1909 panic, the 20th century witnesses, the 21st century internet debates. Each is true in its own way, because truth here is not about proof, but about presence. Close your eyes and imagine. You stand in the Barrens at midnight, stars hidden by thick canopy, the air heavy with pine and swamp. All is still. Then comes a sound, high, piercing, mournful. Unlike owl or coyote, branches crack, a gust of air brushes your face, and for one breathless moment, you know you are not alone. That is the devil's gift. He does not need to be seen to be believed, and as long as the pines stretch vast and silent, as long as people fear the dark, as long as mystery holds sway in the human heart, the Jersey Devil will never die. The Pine Barrens hold their silence as the 21st century unfolds, but silence is not emptiness. It is tension, a waiting hush that feels older than the trees themselves. The Jersey Devil moves within this hush, sometimes as rumor, sometimes as joke, sometimes as terror, but always as presence. The landscape does not argue. It simply absorbs the centuries of stories, like sand taking the weight of countless footsteps, leaving only faint impressions that fade yet never fully vanish. By the early 2020s, technology stretches into every corner of life. Satellites map forests from above, drones glide through thickets, smartphones track our steps, and yet the Pine Barrens resist total exposure. The canopy swallows light, roads dissolve into sand trails, GPS signals flicker, hunters carry phones that lose bars as soon as they cross into the heart of the woods, campers upload photos that vanish into error screens. The land itself conspires to keep secrets, and in that space, the devil survives untouched by proof or denial. In January 2020, a truck driver cutting through Burlington County reports a figure soaring low across Route 206 at 3 a.m. He describes leathery wings that didn't flap like a bird's, and eyes that reflected his headlights before vanishing into the trees. Dashcam footage exists, but the video is blurred, indistinct, nothing more than a streak. Online, some mock it as a moth or paper bag. Others, more thoughtful, linger on the driver's shaken voice when he retells the story. He had hauled freight through every state east of the Mississippi, he says, and nothing, not moose, not elk, not birds, had ever looked like that. The year turns darker with the pandemic, and folklore finds fertile soil in isolation. Families confined to homes rediscover old tales. Parents read aloud legends to children restless with cabin fever. Online, people share spooky stories for distraction, and the Jersey Devil rises again in threads and hashtags. Some claim that in the eerie quiet of lockdown, his cries echoed more clearly. With factories stilled, roads empty, and skies cleaner, the old sounds returned, screeches at dusk, heavy wing beats above cedars, guttural wails drifting across swamps. Whether real or imagined, the thought takes hold. The devil reclaims the Barrens when humans withdraw. Meanwhile, scientists probe the folklore with new tools. audio engineers analyze recordings, comparing supposed devil cries to foxes, owls, and red-tailed hawks. Biologists remind the public that large cranes, migrating from Canada, pass through New Jersey and can appear monstrous in dim light. Yet for every rational explanation, another story surfaces that does not quite fit. Farmers still wake to find chicken coops emptied, not by fox or raccoon, but by something that leaves no claw marks, no blood. Drivers still slam brakes at the sudden leap of a shape that clears a 2-lane road in one bound. Folklorists note the cycle repeating. Just as in 1909, waves of reports follow moments of collective anxiety. War, depression, disease, upheaval. The devil, they argue, embodies dread too vague to name. He is a projection of unease, a way for communities to express what they cannot articulate. In the 18th century, he symbolized fear of wilderness and witchcraft. In the 19th, industrial struggle and poverty. In the 20th, crime and political corruption. Now, in the 21st, he carries the weight of environmental collapse and global uncertainty. Each sighting is less about what people see than about what they fear, but skeptics cannot explain everything away. In the autumn of 2021, firefighters battling a blaze deep in Wharton State Forest encounter something unexpected. The fire had driven animals into the open, deer bounding, foxes darting, owls rising in great flocks. Yet one crew reports hearing a shriek above the roar of flames, like a woman and a cougar screaming at once. They look up and glimpse, for just a heartbeat, a winged form circling smoke. One firefighter insists it cast a shadow too long for any bird. Another swears he saw cloven feet tucked against its body. Their commander tells them to stay silent. Reports of monsters do not sit well in official logs, but the story leaks, whispered first in bars, then online. By 2022, podcasts devoted to cryptids seize on the tale, bringing renewed attention. Researchers revisit archives of the 1909 panic, comparing it to modern accounts. Patterns emerge: winter sightings, isolated roads, sudden livestock deaths. The devil is not random, they argue, but seasonal, tied to cycles of the land. Some link him to migration routes, others to lunar phases. A few go further, suggesting the devil is not an animal, but a phenomenon, an echo of trauma bound to the pines, replayed across generations like a ghost that never tires. The legend adapts to new media effortlessly. TikTok fills with short clips of supposed sightings, flapping shadows against headlights, glowing eyes in treetops, hoofprints filmed in fresh snow. Teenagers stage hoaxes for likes, yet sometimes even the staged videos unsettle, because behind the laughter, there lingers the question: what if one of them is not a hoax? The devil thrives in ambiguity, feeding on the gap between joke and fear. Local culture embraces him more boldly. Sports teams adopt his name. Breweries release seasonal ales. Pine Devil IPA, Leeds Curse Stout. Artists paint murals on brick walls, depicting wings unfurled above Pine Barrens towns. Yet beneath the humor and commerce, older traditions persist. Some families still place iron horseshoes above doors, not as decoration, but as ward. Some hikers still leave coins or bread at certain cedar groves, for good measure. Old protections survive in quiet gestures, passed down not as belief, but as habit, and still, encounters accumulate. In late 2023, 2 college students camping near Batstow report that something stalked their tent all night. Branches snapped, heavy footsteps circled, and once, a shadow loomed across the nylon wall, too tall for a person, too angular for a deer. At dawn, they found tracks like hooves pressed deep into sand, They photographed them, sent the images to friends, and within hours, the story spread across social media. Some dismissed it, some mocked it. Some felt a prickle of unease scrolling past. The Jersey Devil's genius lies not in terrorizing all, but in haunting enough. He does not need every person to believe. He only needs enough witnesses, enough whispers, enough shadows in headlights to keep his name alive. In this way, he is less like an animal and more like a chorus, built from the voices of generations, carried forward by fear and fascination alike. By 2024, the devil appears in nearly every list of top cryptids, ranked alongside Bigfoot, Mothman, and Nessie. Yet he differs from them in one crucial way. His legend is inseparable from a specific landscape. Without the Pine Barrens, there is no devil. He is not a wandering monster, but a rooted one, bound to sand and cedar, to fog and silence. The land itself is his body, the sightings merely expressions of its wild heart. And so, as another century deepens, the devil remains. He is the creature that refuses extinction, not because he lives in flesh, but because he lives in story. Each retelling plants him anew. Each frightened glance into shadows summons him closer. Each scream in the barrens, whether fox or something more, is heard as his voice. Close your eyes again and picture the pines under winter moonlight. Snow blankets the sandy ground, muffling sound. The trees groan under wind. Then, from somewhere unseen, wings unfurl. A cry splits the cold, thin and piercing. It echoes down abandoned roads, across frozen bogs, through ghost towns reclaimed by vines. Somewhere, someone listens, shivers, and tells another. In that telling, the Jersey Devil breathes. The Pine Barrens are not silent in the way a city dweller imagines silence. Out here, quiet is alive, textured with layers. The sibilant hiss of wind threading through the tall pitch pines, the rasp of sand underfoot, the steady pulse of crickets hidden in the undergrowth. At dusk, frogs add their low percussion from boggy pools, and owls stitch the canopy with sudden calls that rise, echo, and vanish. This is the orchestra of the Barrens. Yet beneath the natural chorus, there is another note. It hums low, almost imperceptible, like the memory of a cry not quite released. It is that sound, real or imagined, that keeps even the bravest woodsman alert when the shadows thicken. By the early 1800s, the legend of the Jersey Devil is no longer confined to whispered tales among families or muttered warnings by firelight. It has become something larger, something that outsiders begin to write down and repeat. Travelers moving between Philadelphia and the New Jersey coast record strange noises and describe glimpses of shapes darting across the moonlit pines. Some note cloven prints left in sandy soil, each track too deep for a mere deer, too oddly angled for a simple horse. Hunters tell of their dogs freezing mid-pursuit, hackles raised as though scenting a presence no human can name. Communities adapt in small ways, weaving protections into daily routine. A farmer nails a horseshoe above his barn door, not just for luck, but to ward against the winged thing said to swoop at night. Mothers sprinkle salt across thresholds, muttering that even if the devil belongs to these woods, salt might confuse or deter it. Children learn rhymes, half lullaby and half warning, about avoiding the cedars after dark. It is folklore lived in motion, woven seamlessly into life, where belief and survival blur. Religious leaders clash with the endurance of the tale. Ministers thunder that such superstition distracts from true salvation, yet even they find themselves pausing when a parishioner speaks of shrieks heard over the pines. Do they rebuke the fear or quietly share it? A few, in private, admit that though they reject the story as devil's trickery, the Barrens have a way of unsettling even the strongest faith. In pulpits, the devil is abstract temptation. In the Barrens, he is said to walk or fly, with wings like a bat's shadow across the moon. Curiosity grows alongside fear. Writers from outside the region, often with more fascination than respect, seize on the story. Pamphlets appear in Philadelphia, suggesting that the Pine Barrens harbor a monster akin to European demons. This is a moment when folklore crosses into commodity. Each retelling trims and embellishes details. The child cursed at birth, the beast with a horse's head, the wingspan broad enough to darken a clearing. With every iteration, the Jersey Devil becomes less a local burden and more a symbol that can travel. Yet locals insist, in quieter voices, that the version in ink is pale compared to the dread they feel when night settles heavy on the Barrens. Communal memory ties the creature back to real events. A collapsed roof after a storm is retold as a mark of its passing. A cow found bloodless in a meadow becomes proof of its hunger. Even unexplained illness finds a place in the devil's ledger. Families saying the fever came not from foul water, but from something that lingered outside the window, watching. In times when medicine falters, it is easier to believe in a predator with wings than in the cruel randomness of disease. By mid-century, the legend deepens rather than wanes. It lives in songs sung quietly over cider, in wood carvings left at the edges of fields, in travelers' journals filled with both awe and unease. The Pine Barrens themselves amplify the story. Their tangled roots and endless horizons convince visitors that something ancient still breathes here, something not bound by the maps or the sermons of men. And so, the Devil of the Pines takes firmer root, not just in imagination, but in identity. As one Camden trader notes in 1837, a man may journey through all of Europe and never feel so watched as in the Jersey Barrens at night. If it be no devil, then it is something worse, for it wears the patience of centuries. His words echo the quiet sentiment many locals carry, but rarely voice. What if the legend is not exaggeration, but understatement? What if the thing that stalks the Barrens is not only real, but older, broader, more cunning than even the tale allows? That thought, hovering like mist among the pines, ensures that even as towns expand and maps grow precise, the Pine Barrens remain marked by mystery. Outsiders may visit, document, or mock, but those who live closest know better than to dismiss the sound carried on the wind, the one that makes horses shiver, dogs fall silent, and human hearts beat just a little faster in the dark. The 19th century turns toward its latter decades, and the Pine Barrens remain what they have always been: vast, stubborn, and unwilling to yield their secrets. Yet by this time, the legend of the Jersey Devil has fully outgrown the whispered exchanges of local farmers. Newspapers, penny dreadfuls, and traveling lecturers have begun to carry it into taverns and parlors far from New Jersey, transforming a private dread into a public fascination. In 1840, scattered reports surface of livestock found dead in peculiar fashion. Sheep with their throats torn open but no tracks leading to or from the carcasses. Chickens vanished from locked coops, the echoes of unearthly cries drifting across cedar swamps. Farmers, half practical and half resigned, attribute it to wolves or foxes, but the murmured afterthought is always the same: Or perhaps it was him. The devil has become shorthand for all that is inexplicable, a vocabulary of fear that needs no further explanation among the locals. The 1840s and 1850s bring rail lines deeper into the state, tying the Barrens to Philadelphia and New York. Travelers tell of strange encounters: a coach horse freezing on the road at night, refusing to move; a woman who swears she saw wings blot out the stars before her lantern extinguished; a surveyor who finds cloven prints impressed on a rooftop after a storm. Each tale circulates in newspapers hungry for sensation. And because print magnifies, what was once a local legend begins to resemble a national oddity. The Barrens, once dismissed as unprofitable wasteland, are suddenly a place of dark tourism, where thrill-seekers come hoping for a glimpse of the impossible. In this climate, ministers redouble their warnings. Some preach that the Jersey Devil is evidence of Satan's real hold upon the land, urging their congregations to purify themselves. Others dismiss it as mere superstition, but their fiery denials seem to betray nervousness. If no devil prowls the Barrens, then what explains the persistence of such fear, generation after generation? Skeptics point to natural explanations: the cries of cranes, the tracks of feral pigs, the howls of coyotes. But the more they explain, the more locals shake their heads. A crane may cry like a trumpet, but it does not leave hooves on a frozen roof. A pig may roam the woods, but it does not fly. Through the 1860s, amid the unrest of the Civil War, the devil lingers on the edges of memory. Soldiers marching through South Jersey speak of uneasy nights bivouacked near the Barrens, swearing they heard wings over the camp. A few diaries record such encounters, though they are often dismissed as the fantasies of men worn thin by hunger and cold. Still, those words remain ink on paper, evidence that even men hardened by war found the Barrens heavy with presence. By the 1880s, America's appetite for the strange is growing. Circus promoters, dime novelists, and self-styled naturalists all capitalize on the myth. Pamphlets advertise sightings of the fabled Leeds devil. Wax museums in Philadelphia exhibit crude models, part horse, part dragon, with leathery wings. Journalists concoct stories of men hunting the beast, armed with shotguns and hounds. The line between entertainment and terror blurs. Some towns begin to host devil nights, bonfires lit in the belief that fire will drive him away, or at least provide a spectacle. Children peer into the flames and wonder if the shadows beyond hold more than branches. Yet for those who live closest, the devil is no mere performance. Farmers still find unexplained signs in their fields. Hunters still tell of something vast winging above the canopy. And midwives still mutter that the 13th child carries a curse heavier than any other. Among Pineys, the families who have lived deep in the Barrens for generations, the legend is bone deep, as much a part of the land as the sandy soil. They speak of him not with showman's flourish, but with the weary acceptance of people who live under his shadow. For them, the devil is not just a tale, he is a neighbor, if one can call a neighbor something that never dies. And so, as the 19th century draws to a close, the Jersey Devil stands at a strange threshold, no longer confined to the Barrens, yet still inseparably tied to them. He is both a carnival attraction and a genuine terror. To city dwellers, he is a story told for shivers by the fire. To those in the pine thickets, he is the reason no one lingers too long when night falls heavy, the reason dogs are brought indoors, the reason a candle is left burning against the dark. One Quaker journal from 1893 notes, "It may be fable, it may be truth, but the Barrens do not rest easy. There is a watchfulness in the trees. If the devil walks, he does so as master of his domain." That line, careful and understated, captures the heart of what the 19th century left behind. The devil is no longer merely a curse or a birth gone wrong. He has become something larger, a symbol of the wilderness itself, untamed and unbending, waiting with wings folded in the shadows for the unwary to pass through. The dawn of the 20th century arrives with machines, factories, and the noisy promise of progress. But in the Pine Barrens, the rhythms of life remain stubbornly slow. The sandy soil still refuses to yield much crop. The cedar swamps still stain rivers the color of rust, and the long shadows of the pines stretch over homesteads that cling to isolation. Yet with the new century comes something else. An event so dramatic, so widely reported, that it catapults the Jersey Devil from local legend into national headline. It begins quietly in January of 1909. At first, scattered reports trickle into local papers. A farmer near Woodbury finds strange tracks in the snow, cloven and deep, trailing across rooftops and vanishing at fence lines, as if something had simply taken flight. Another resident reports hearing an ungodly scream in the early morning hours, a sound that rattled windows and drove dogs into a frenzy. The Philadelphia Bulletin runs a brief column, treating it as curiosity rather than alarm. But within days, the reports multiply at an astonishing rate. From Camden to Gloucester, from Haddon Heights to Collingswood, witnesses claim the same thing. Tracks in fresh snow that begin and end without explanation, sometimes crossing yards, sometimes winding through alleys, sometimes appearing on rooftops, or even inside enclosed yards with no footprints leading in or out. The detail is consistent. Cloven prints, about 3 inches across, spaced with a stride unlike that of any known animal. Children refuse to walk to school alone. Parents keep their shutters closed even in daylight. The legend, once confined to memory, becomes present and terrifying. The hysteria of 1909 builds to fever pitch when police officers themselves begin reporting sightings. In Bristol, Pennsylvania, across the Delaware River, a patrolman claims to have heard beating wings overhead and saw a shape, horse-headed and winged, silhouetted against the night sky. In Camden, a trolley car full of passengers erupts in panic when a winged figure screeches and clatters atop the roof, its shadow passing across the windows. Though no injury follows, the terror is real. Men draw revolvers, women clutch their children. The conductor halts the car until calm can be restored. Within a week, newspapers across the East Coast are carrying the story. Headlines scream, "Devil stalks New Jersey. Strange monster haunts Pine Barrens." Editors hungry for circulation embellish details, reprinting second-hand accounts with sensational flair. The Jersey Devil, once known primarily to piney families and a few folklorists, becomes a creature of mass imagination. Editorial cartoons depict a winged beast perched atop city halls, while rumor spreads faster than ink. Fact and invention blur, but the terror beneath it is genuine. People believe. The panic reaches such a height that schools close, factories send workers home, and pauses armed with shotguns comb the woods by torchlight. One group in Trenton organizes a devil hunt, dogs straining at the leash as men with lanterns sweep through the dark, calling out challenges to the unseen. They find nothing but the wind and the cry of owls. Yet their failure does not comfort anyone. If anything, it deepens the mystery. How could something leave so many signs yet remain unseen? The cultural aftershocks of 1909 are enormous. In Philadelphia, the Natural Sciences Society holds emergency meetings to discuss the phenomenon, professors weighing whether it could be a misidentified bird, perhaps a large sandhill crane blown off course. A few skeptics dismiss it as hysteria, pranksters carving hoofprints in snow. But the sheer number of witnesses, hundreds, perhaps thousands, make such explanations feel hollow. For believers, the devil has returned with a vengeance, a reminder that the Pine Barrens still belong to shadows older than progress. Perhaps the most telling sign of the 1909 scare is how ordinary families responded. Diaries from South Jersey preserve entries of parents forbidding children from playing outdoors, of livestock brought inside barns, of candles lit throughout the night. Some families held impromptu prayer gatherings, hoping to drive away the evil. Others treated it with grim humor, joking about keeping garlic by the door or hanging horseshoes upside down to ward him off. Yet beneath the nervous laughter lay genuine fear. After the frenzy of January passes, the sightings dwindle as suddenly as they appeared. The snow melts, the tracks vanish, and life resumes its uneasy balance. But the damage and the fascination is permanent. The Jersey Devil is no longer merely folklore. It has been cemented in collective consciousness as something witnessed, printed, debated. From that point forward, he is a staple of American monster lore, standing beside Bigfoot and the Mothman as proof that mystery still breathes in the woods. What lingers most from 1909 is the sense of duality. To the Pine Barrens residents, the devil is the same presence he always was, a dread folded into daily life. But to the rest of the world, he becomes a spectacle, an emblem of sensational journalism, a curiosity to fill papers between politics and war. The two perspectives coexist uneasily, like overlapping shadows. For some, the devil is a showman's trick. For others, he is the reason a lantern still burns when the night grows too quiet. And in the Barrens themselves, where the sandy soil erases footprints and the cedar swamps guard secrets in dark water, nothing truly changes. The owls still cry, the pines still groan in winter winds, and those who pause to listen swear they can hear something larger than nature in those sounds, a wing beat, heavy and ancient, reminding them that the devil of Leeds walks still. The winter of 1909 never truly fades from memory. For decades afterward, South Jersey families speak of it with a kind of reverence, as if recalling a storm that tore through and left both damage and awe. Yet the legend of the Jersey Devil does not retreat into silence. Instead, it grows, attaching itself to new generations, reshaping itself to fit modern fears, and reappearing in times when the Pine Barrens feel most estranged from the march of the outside world. The early 20th century brings new industries to the Barrens: glassworks, cranberry bogs, charcoal burners, and modest iron forges. But the devil keeps pace. Farmers whisper of livestock mutilated under strange circumstances, chickens torn apart with no predator tracks around, goats left bloodless, as if something had drained them in the night. Hunters claim to hear something immense shifting in the underbrush, only to find silence when they ready their rifles. These are not the front-page spectacles of 1909, but quiet reminders that the beast has not gone. Children raised in the Pine Barrens during the 1920s and 1930s play a dangerous game, daring one another to walk deep into the woods after dusk, armed with nothing but lanterns. They tell each other of hoofbeats heard at midnight, of a great winged shadow that sometimes blots out the moon. Some return laughing at their own fear. Others come back pale and unwilling to speak of what they heard. In family cabins, grandparents sit by the fire and tell of the Leeds devil, cautionary tales wrapped in lullabies meant to keep the young from wandering too far. The legend even finds its way into politics. In 1938, with New Jersey Governor A. Harry Moore running for office, opponents jokingly suggest that he is protected by the Jersey Devil. Political cartoonists draw the beast perched on his shoulder, whispering policies into his ear. Humor makes the figure safer, but also ensures it remains in the public mind. What was once terror has become, in some circles, folklore fit for a laugh. Yet in the woods themselves, no one laughs when they hear the scream echoing through the pines. By mid-century, the Jersey Devil is both feared and commodified. In Atlantic City, sideshow barkers advertise captured Jersey Devil displays, presenting kangaroos with bat wings crudely sewn onto their backs, or taxidermy hybrids meant to fool tourists. These trick exhibits draw crowds, yet they also betray something deeper, the desire to look the legend in the face, even if it is false. People want to see him, to confirm that the devil is real, even when their rational minds insist otherwise. At the same time, sightings continue with unnerving consistency. In 1951, residents of Gibbstown report seeing a winged creature with glowing eyes perched on rooftops. In 1960, a group of firefighters claim to have chased a large, winged beast into the night after spotting it near a road. Newspapers print these accounts with less sensationalism than in 1909, but the effect is the same. The devil refuses to die. He adapts to modernity, appearing on highways near suburbs, as if reminding people that he belongs not just to the dark woods, but to every edge where human civilization meets wilderness. The pine barrens themselves add fuel to the myth. Even in the 20th century, they remain strangely resistant to development. Their sandy soil is poor for crops, their wetlands treacherous, their beauty harsh rather than lush. Travelers who take a wrong turn on the Garden State Parkway find themselves in a labyrinth of pines where road signs vanish and the air grows thick with silence. It is in these places, where the modern world slips away, that the legend thrives best. Those who pass through at night often speak of headlights catching a sudden movement on the tree line, something too tall, too fast, too oddly shaped to be deer. Folklorists begin to catalog the stories. In the 1960s and 1970s, anthropologists from Rutgers and Princeton conduct interviews with longtime piney families. What they find is striking. While many outsiders treat the Jersey Devil as a joke or curiosity, for locals, it remains something much closer to reality. Not all claim to have seen him, but nearly everyone has a story. An uncle, a neighbor, a schoolmate who swears to have heard the wings or seen the glowing eyes. The legend is not merely heritage. It is lived experience, retold with conviction. Meanwhile, pop culture embraces the figure. Comic books depict him as a monstrous villain. Radio hosts recount the 1909 panic as if narrating a ghost story. Eventually, in 1960, a record is even released titled The Jersey Devil Song, playfully warning listeners to beware the Pine Barrens. Through these retellings, the creature evolves from rural terror into cultural symbol, an emblem of South Jersey itself, half feared, half beloved. Yet, the fear never vanishes entirely. In the 1970s, truck drivers passing through the Barrens at night report something leaping across the road in front of them, leaving claw marks in the asphalt where it landed. In 1980, a hunter swears to have shot at a winged figure that let out a piercing shriek and vanished before his eyes. Even as people laugh about carnival hoaxes or wear jerseys from the hockey team named in his honor, the legend asserts itself in unsettling ways. By the close of the century, the Jersey Devil is no longer just a Pine Barrens monster. He has become a paradoxical icon, at once New Jersey's unofficial mascot and a creature of genuine dread for those who still live in the woods. Tourists buy t-shirts with cartoon versions of him, yet truck drivers still refuse to pull over on lonely stretches of Pine Barrens Road. In this contradiction lies the devil's power. He is both folklore and lived threat, both symbol and specter. For the families who have lived in the Pine Barrens across generations, the legend is not something that fades with laughter. Each winter, when the trees grow bare and the nights stretch long, they remember 1909, the strange tracks in snow, the sound of wings that shook trolley cars and silenced dogs. They look into the woods and wonder whether, just beyond sight, the Leeds devil is waiting, watching, biding his time. The modern world brings highways, neon signs, and suburbs, but the Barrens resist, and in their resistance, the legend survives. Outsiders come for entertainment, but insiders know that legends never die. They wait. And as long as the Pine Barrens stretch across southern New Jersey, tangled and untamed, the Jersey Devil will walk in whispers, wing beats, and the spaces where human certainty cannot tread. The legend reaches into the modern age like roots gripping deep into the Pine Barrens' sandy soil. What began as whispered warnings around a hearth in the 1700s and exploded into a frenzy during the winter of 1909 now exists in two entwined forms: folklore that binds communities together, and a living dread that clings to those who have walked the woods alone at night. The Jersey Devil is no longer only a tale of fear. It has become the very soul of South Jersey's wilderness, inseparable from the land itself. In the late 20th century and on into the 21st, the devil slips into a strange dual life. He is mascot and menace at once. Hockey fans cheer for the New Jersey Devils, their logo a stylized horned figure born from this old story. Tourists buy mugs, shirts, and bumper stickers, laughing at the cartoon creature they believe to be no more real than a ghost in a Halloween yard. Folklore festivals invite storytellers to recount the legend under tents lit by lanterns, where children clap and squeal with delight. But behind that laughter, there remains an undercurrent of unease, because every few years, another report surfaces: hoof prints on a frozen lawn, a shriek piercing the night, a shadow with wings that blots out the stars. Technology does little to chase him away. If anything, it gives him new ground to haunt. Paranormal radio programs in the 1990s dedicate long episodes to call-ins from locals who swear they saw the beast. In the 2000s, as the internet grows, forums and message boards host threads filled with grainy photographs of something crossing a road, or audio clips of screeches caught on cheap handheld recorders. Some are hoaxes, others too blurry to trust. But the pattern remains. The Pine Barrens still give birth to experiences that no science explains away. The devil adapts, stepping from oral legend into digital rumor without losing his teeth. Modern hikers in Wharton State Forest speak of hearing heavy wing beats above the pines, a sound that fades as soon as they raise their phones to record. Kayakers on the Mullica River report seeing ripples as if something massive moved just beneath the surface, following their boats in silence. Hunters share hushed tales around campfires, insisting they will never return to certain bogs where glowing eyes once stared at them from the dark. Even police officers, men and women trained to explain what they see, sometimes confess to odd encounters. A silhouette leaping across a highway at impossible speed, claw marks carved into asphalt, livestock found mutilated with no predator tracks nearby. The Jersey Devil becomes, in this way, not just a monster of folklore, but a measure of human relationship to wilderness. He is what remains when civilization pushes against a place that does not yield. The pine barrens, with their stubborn soil and endless trees, resist domestication. They are haunted not because a winged beast lurks within, but because they remind people that some parts of the world cannot be tamed. The devil is the Barrens' answer to human encroachment, a reminder that here, the land itself breathes its own spirit, and it may not welcome intruders, yet there is also a gentler layer to the legend. For many families in South Jersey, the Jersey Devil is heritage. He is spoken of at gatherings, told to wide-eyed children, not only to frighten them, but to tie them to the land, to give them a story older than themselves. He is a cultural anchor, one that marks South Jersey as unique. Without him, the Pine Barrens would still be wild, still be eerie, but they would lack that pulse of myth that transforms mere geography into a living narrative. For every person who fears him, another claims pride. The devil is ours, and nowhere else in the world can claim him. And so, the story continues to breathe. Folklorists still collect the tales. Archivists still store away clippings of the 1909 hysteria, and ghost hunters still set up cameras in the woods, hoping for a glimpse. The devil remains elusive, as if toying with each generation, appearing enough to never be forgotten, but never long enough to be pinned down. He is folklore perfected, always half believed, half doubted, always hovering in that twilight where myth and reality meet. Tonight, if one were to wander far enough into the Barrens, away from the glow of highways and distant shore towns, the woods would close in. The pines would sway in a rhythm older than memory. Frogs would croak and owls would hoot. Yet beneath that natural chorus there might come another sound, something heavier, deeper, a beat of wings that does not belong, a flash between the trees, a shriek that raises the hair on the back of the neck, and silence returning as if nothing ever moved. This is how the legend endures, not in certainty, but in possibility, for the Jersey Devil does not need to be seen to live. He thrives in the pause between footsteps, in the shadows at the edge of headlights, in the stories whispered across centuries. He is the unseen presence that ensures the Pine Barrens will never feel empty, never feel safe, never feel wholly known. And so the tale winds down, not with an ending, but with a lingering breath. Perhaps the devil is real, wings brushing the treetops as he circles above. Perhaps he is only the echo of fears carried forward from the night of his supposed birth. Either way, he remains part of the land, inseparable from it, as eternal as the pines themselves. Close your eyes and imagine the Pine Barrens at night. The trees are endless, the paths uncertain, the air carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Somewhere, far off, a single cry breaks the silence, a sound that might be a fox, might be the wind, or might be something older. Your breathing slows as you listen, your mind drifting through centuries of stories that have made these woods a place of myth The Jersey Devil is out there, or he is not. What matters is that his presence lingers, shaping the land, shaping the people, shaping the very way the night feels. As you let the story settle, picture the hoofprints in snow, the wings spread wide across the sky, the eyes glowing from the tree line. They fade as quickly as they appear, like dreams upon waking, leaving behind only the quiet of the forest. The pine barrens cradle you in their stillness, the whisper of wind through the needles becoming a lullaby. Legends are, after all, not only about fear, they are about connection, about remembering that the world still holds mystery, still holds spaces where imagination breathes. Now, allow the image to soften. The pines grow hazy, the sounds of the night dim. What remains is the steady rhythm of your breath, calm and slow. The devil retreats into the shadows where he belongs, leaving you with the comfort of distance and the serenity of rest. Let the legend drift away, like smoke into the sky, until only peace remains. Good night, sweet dreams.